order was this lady, and she was beautiful. She was beautiful. She's like, give me a grande. What's the name of them? Breve. So you make it with half and half. Grande breve, but I need sugar-free flavoring because I'm getting my wedding is in 2 months and I have to fit into my dress, so I don't want any sugar. I'm like, honey, do you know what a breve is? Like, I mean, I wasn't saying that out loud, of course, because I think it was actually my first interaction with a breve, where you just foam the shit out of like half and half. Oh my gosh. So after she left, I like did the caloric count, and it was 50 grams of fat for that one drink, but she got it sugar free. So and to be honest, it was like the best drink I've ever had. It was so good. So if you ever like, I don't know, if you ever have like 24 hours to live and you're like, I need to experience everything, get a breve. But probably not if you're trying to get into a wedding dress in 2 months. Probably just don't. Yeah.
I'll chalk it down to that being her cheat drink for the entire month. Yeah, that's what it was. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to talk science with the poor girl, but like, honey, do you know, like, it's not just the sugar that it, you know, it's more than that.
Good morning, everyone. I see Bio and Alpha. Hello, Super Nina. So nice to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been nice to see Super Nina. I've seen Super Nina active a little bit more. It's nice to have you back. It's always good to take a break and then, good to come back. So glad to have you here. If you want to tell us what you've been up to, feel free. Anybody, hit that speaker button if you want to come up and talk. Otherwise, we'll just keep talking about our crazy. I don't know. I bet every barista has crazy coffee stories.
I almost want to like wake Brandon up and like have him come in here and be like, tell us your crazy barista stories. Tell us your war stories. Do you still have flashbacks from this order? How did it make you feel at the time compared to how you feel now about it? Could
Yeah, yeah. It would be interesting to see, like, is it just a Northwest thing? Because I think like the Northwest is very, very like we take coffee to a whole different level of like I don't know, craziness. But like one time I made an order and I poured the coffee and then I was like foaming the milk, and then I went to put the shots in, and the people were like, "No, you need to remake those. They sat out too long in the air." And I'm like, "What? Like, what are you talking about? They sat out for literally like 37 seconds." And they were like, "Yeah, but it oxidizes, like, or something bad happens to the coffee shot if you just let it sit there. So you're supposed to foam the milk, then do the shot." So anyway, I probably sucked as a barista. I was like, okay, I'll make them again, but I don't know. I
well,
don't know.
well, you see, that's where you fucked up. You said 37 seconds. It's approximately like 34 and a half seconds that you need to leave the espresso shot out, or else it'll be exposed to too much oxygen, and the oxygen will oxidize it and turn it into toxic fumes. So
when like one-off stuff is already hard to potentially do in a tough market or a soft market. But it'd be nice, you know, if a brand was just like, all right, well, let's pay like everyone, right? But like, who's in the community to set things up? I'm not really sure. Like, like there must be some way. Like, I'm the kind of person who's kind of like I see something there, like in the potential stuff. It's kind of like, what is the best next step, you know, to try to materialize what, like, almost like what is closely aligned with everyone. Like, that's how I feel about it. I don't know. I kind of make my best guess at what people are feeling. Um, and yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm kind of like expressing how I feel, and also like maybe it kind of helps to um, have some like feedback also for myself on like what can help solve this puzzle. And thank you for all the feedback so far.
I think like having a functional platform with like the tools that everybody can build what they want to build on their worlds, you know, not even land, but just like the basic user coming in with like the, you know, bare bones basic like should be able to build, and then like, you know, a stronger feeling of like communication back and forth with foundation, where if there is a problem, we know who we, you know, we know the avenue, like we know the route that we can go, because I think that that's like just with the CBD conversations I've had recently, like those are the biggest frustrations. Like we can put up with, you know, we can do hard shit, but like if we do it and we feel like we're doing it alone, that just that is like recipe for disaster. Bio,
Yeah,
or go ahead.
yeah, it's kind of like, okay, one of the confusing things for some people might be like, oh, you can't actually buy stuff in game. You have to hop into another tab that's 2D. Like, why is it that like most people are not very technical? And it's like, oh, I can walk around in these worlds, visit neighbors, and then I can't actually directly buy stuff in the world or have it pop right into my like website or store. And then I don't know, maybe it's like something simple, but not that simple on the developer end. That there's just like how they like simplify to make it attractive, and like one of the things about web 2 marketing, it's like you want as little clicks as possible to get someone to the call to action. So it's kind of like how do you manage that? That's just one example. That's just one example.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, like Last Slice and Angzar has done a good job of like putting in like that, at least we have somebody kind of working on the tech of making it possible to build to buy stuff in world. I still would love to see that like magnified, where I could go to like Fancy's you know, vintage emporium and go buy like fancy stuff that you know, you can go and like try it on with your avatar. Like there's so much more we could still do with that, but I think that, you know, depending on like what your background is, I think everybody's going to have a different level of priority, where like gamers might think, oh, like, you know, the game engine is more important to spend, you know, the focus on. And so that's, I think that's like another hard part, is that we're all gonna have our own priorities of like, oh, I think building the, you know, getting new users in is the most important thing we can do. But then other people are like, well, if we bring new users to a broken platform, what we need is like the platform to work. So that's where we should put our focus in. And so yeah, like I guess that's the curse of decentralization. Like again, if we weren't centralized or decentralized, and I know sometimes we're centralized, but like we got to solve that problem. We got to figure out how to more effectively come to these decisions together. But Bio, you've had your hand up for a little while. How are you this morning?
Hey, hey, Kanasa, Sinful, Super Nina. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Just want to give everybody a warm morning blessings to all of you in Decentraland, our family. Yeah, Super Nina, I want to just answer a couple of things that you mentioned. And incredible topic to start off the space with, by the way. Very, very interesting topics as usual. By the way, also, Super Nina, that background music. My God, I am loving that background ambient music you got going on there since the first time you popped that mic open. Super vibes, just like with Super Nina. But again, tapping into this concept or topic of what you guys talking about, I mean, it's a very interesting and intriguing topic. In fact, we've had many social spaces, IRLs, talking about this topic. This has really been a very big topic on big investors asking the question, where are the future of the metaverse, or how is the future of the metaverse going to impact us in the next couple of years? Well, technology is evolving. That's the first, right? Technology is evolving. We're seeing a lot of different evolution in hardware and software. And the metaverse overall, it's been around for a long time. I mean, you guys know it's been around since the late 80s. And now it's when it's becoming relevant because of the technology behind blockchain, making use of this virtual experience because of what the blockchain offers through NFTs. Now, think about like social media when it first started, right? You had MySpace, you had Bebo, you had Sconex, you had different type of social platforms that all initially came out, and when they first came out, they were just known as a social platform, but really had no genre behind it. Now, the community that built in these platforms defined the genre of the community within that platform. We're seeing that now with diverse metaverse platforms that as the more platforms are born, more diverse communities are becoming part of these platforms. Sooner or later, we're going to have to see a sort of not centralized as control or govern system, but a centralized locating or location system of these metaverses or metaverse worlds. Think about a metaverse directory resembling to like a Netflix overlay or UI interface. Something like that in the future, we're going to see a lot with different type of companies that will open up similar to Hulu, Netflix, and they will have partnered metaverse companies and experiences. And this is the directory that we're seeing now. I mean, think about it. Imagine Spectrum cable box or Verizon cable box having a regular standard cable box which has regular channels that we see today with the pay-per-view option and everything else, but with an integrated option where you can actually see and experience these channels. That's just one directory of business. Now, lawyers, everyone who has different backgrounds, there's going to be different metaverses that will provide and support for these different genres of categories of expertise, whether it's business, whether it's entertainment, whether it's just freelancing or social mixing. Right now, we're in the forefront, and it's so early because we are defining these genres now as we're in the evolution stage of all of these metaverses becoming a thing. I think that, and this is just my opinion. Again, you guys, I can stand corrected. Again, everybody has their own entitled opinion. But within the e-commerce business world, as Super Nina mentioned, the easier, seamless streaming of transitioning with first new user impressions is really the ideal way in which this whole concept of the metaverse is going to become a relevancy or a population far bigger than what it is today. Um, we've pretty much figured it out on Web 2, how to simplify and connect different things with we have embedded codings. We can embed other integrated site functionalities and put it into our website. These are things that now we're starting to develop and create now within the metaverse world itself. So just I say give it time. It's something that we're experiencing and we're really molding for the future of I would say maybe 10 to 15 years from now. Honestly, 2030, 2040 is where really this will become a mainstream thing. We're just kicking out the kinks, honestly. We're the test dummies, we're the beta testers. And I honestly truly believe that the metaverse is not just something that one can experience, but can also be a future landing page. In fact, I met a guy yesterday. He's the CEO of a company called Lucid, Lucid. Pretty intriguing and interesting individual by the name of Andrew. And his platform basically revolves around integrations of Shopify like websites where it automatically renders your actual marketplace items into a metaverse, into a actual instance. That blew my mind. It just completely took me out of Earth. I went with the Starlink with Elon. I kid you not. I launched out of this atmosphere when I saw that because it is the first step and leaping stone to e-commerce in a seamless transitional way in which Super Nina it was rectifying the simplicity transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3. And that in time will become something more automated as us coders become more diligent in creating this type of technology and becoming the forefront of that. But with that being said, I mean, thank you again for letting me speak, Sinful and Vanessa. Appreciate that so much from the bottom of my heart. I love you guys. Super Nina, incredible feedback, incredible questions, and a very interesting topic. And I definitely will add in more later on in the conversations. Blessings to all of you guys, and I would love to hear more feedback from the community as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think you're right. I think it's I think we'll be continually changing our definition and redefining and defining, and we'll think we know it, and we'll continually probably continue to evolve our entire definition of what the space is based on the tech. Like, our definition of it has to change as fast as the tech does, and the tech changes way too fast. Like, it's our brains are not used to that. Sorry, my dog is whimpering. I gotta go
I
let
mean,
him
I,
out. I
I mean,
see we.
but
Oh, go
Vanessa,
ahead.
real quick, I mean, let me get your feedback real quick. Sorry to cut you off because I'm gonna have to play the speakers panel in a few seconds. I have to take my son out to the Intrepid. We're actually gonna go out to the museum, but definitely want to tap in with you guys. But what's your thoughts, real quick, on understanding maybe a little bit what one of these investors mentioned to me, which was as a platform foundation owner and having a, for example, Decentraland. We've been complaining for a long time. You know, the servers, the actual stability of the platform. But then again, we have to understand the high demand of the platform's necessity. You know, like Supernina said, there really isn't many ways that we're using this platform to create a higher demand besides partying and podcast shows. There has to be a bigger, more higher marketable demand for the platform itself to feel its necessity to actually create and invest into the platform more. And I think us as the community members, and I've been stressing this for years. I mean, we've seen a lot of differences between a lot of people. I mean, that's just a normal thing within family, right? I mean, who hasn't fought with their sister in here, or brother, or cousin, or aunt, or whoever? It's just a family bond that comes with it. But I think it's our job and our duty to unite, become sort of semi partners, and promoting each other and giving each other more of an upper lifting hand. Truth is that our platform will only succeed if we, the investors, unite. Decentralization is just a proof right now of concept of the community within each of these decentralized or decentralization backgrounds of us governing and coming together and making decisions on our own. Right now, the government is really proving us that we are institutionalized still in a system that we cannot break out without having someone governing us and telling us what to do. We have no self order, and that is something that we need to come to a conclusion as a community. We need to come together and put these differences to the side. We need to work together. We need to promote these events Someone has a bigger platform than another, then guess what? That person should be helping the next. It shouldn't be a competition nor a race. This is our investment together. We all part of the same platform. And I think we all should look into working with each other a little bit more and helping each other. Just saying. But God bless you all. Have a good one. Shout out to Archer Bernardo, One Existence, Sinful and Canessa. God bless you for always having these spaces and being so persistent. And thank you for everything else, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, yeah, bio. I mean, definitely, I agree with what you said. But I mean, I'm not sorry to like even put like even take this to even a darkish area, but like this on paper and being said does sound amazing, but then again we do have those social engineering people in Decentraland. Well, not in Decentraland, but mainly in the DAO. And like I've fallen for them, you've fallen for them, like just for their bullshit that they say. They'll ask for $100,000 for 3 months worth of work, and it like for minimal shit. Like we have all this. We have the potential of doing something beautiful together as a community. Like we really do have the means. Like our DAO is like a way that we can do it. It's as a community start we need to start like calling these actors out for their dog shit, like straight up, like because they're the ones that are like making something that could be very beautiful for this platform into something that's like not even like why bother when I could just I could just pander to a whale with 4 million VP and get
I
my
agree with you.
preferred.
I agree with you, Sinful. You're not wrong at all, brother. You are not wrong at all. And in fact, do you remember back in the beginning of this whole journey of our time here in DCL, there was a thought that was once brought up where the DCL DAO community were going to actually push for a Decentraland courthouse. Do you remember that? The courthouse system where we
Man, I
actually
remember further. Yeah, I remember even a bit further back when Bitfiend used to do the courthouse with Beavers with Alpha and Gold Guy, and like it was like just like for fun back then. I remember stumbling in like one day. I was like, "Yo, what the fuck's going on over here?"
That's exactly why I mentioned it because we have Alpha in here. We had Biffy, if he's not still here, I don't see him here, but he was here. And I think that these are small little moments that we can actually look into now and really take into conclusion. You know, I myself, I'm a three-time business owner. I own three businesses currently today, and the understandings of logistics, coordinations within a business is vital. It's the lifeline, the pipeline of the long-term longevity of any future of any business, and then and also not just the business, but those within the support system of that foundation. We are those vessels that pump the blood and keep the system moving. And just like you said, we do have bad actors, and I have been a victim without saying names. We all know, right? Because that's the past. But
Yeah,
come
hey,
on,
even myself,
you know what
bro.
I'm saying. You know what it is. We've experienced it. You know what I'm saying. We lived this shit. Canessa's laughing over there. Canessa, I love you. But yeah, we have experienced it. Everybody has been through either one or two forms of betrayal or firsthand experience in this. But this is what creates a stronger community. What don't kill you or won't break you makes you stronger. We understand the pivoting points and how things can actually turn now at a certain direction just by looking at the traits to certain things. It will tell you the characteristics, what then will lead you to the personality of that person. So it doesn't really take hard or much studying or digging nowadays to figure that out now, right? As we become more experienced, things become more seamlessly transparent. Our perspective and our vision of the goal becomes more feasible because of our higher understanding of how to organize and execute certain things. In this case, we've seen many differences, and I think at this time, 2024, We are entering a bull market, and we see that now. We see that our target 2030, $6 a mana is what is predicted to be the floor price. But believe it or not, I'm a higher, stronger believer where I think $6 can be fucking at the end of this year if we do shit right. Now, we are the value creations or creator of this platform. We bring in the demand and the value to this. Harder we work together and the more we give the exposure, sometimes we have to put money to the side, put your ego to the side. It's not all about money, it's about the bigger vision of the movement. This is a movement that we all are in right now. At the end of the day, money comes with success. And if we can succeed in building a sustainable platform and something where people can seamlessly come in and enjoy and play a game, or seamlessly bring a e-commerce background or traditional industry can come in here and understand this shit easy as fuck, then guess what? Then we've really achieved and succeeded in creating a self-sustainable financial ecosystem for all of us. Again, we are the blood vessel. So all of us cannot feel, or any of us cannot feel that we're better than one another or ahead than one another. We are all in the same platform. This is our investment. So I'm not gonna sit here and sit down and say that I'm happy they took away the grant a little bit. But then again, I am. Because now we don't understand what you have till you lose it. And it creates more understanding and value and more of appreciation. That abuse system that we saw was really fucking getting abused. And excuse my language, but I'm very passionate about this platform and each and every one of you inside of it. I don't just spend 75 hours on top of my 40-hour job every week in Decentraland. I stream 24/7. You know what I'm saying? I got Biffing on the rise, Cardinal Quack, Chrono T, making sure this runs 24/7. We promote each and every one of you guys in here. We try to at least, but it's not because we look for credibility. It's for the bigger vision. The exposure of what each and every one is, what we're doing is one, but where we're coming from is two. This technology is the future, and if the people don't know about it and what it's used for, what good is it? What good is it? We as a community need to understand that and need to put in our part. Think about it like this: AI is around the corner. They're gonna take all of our jobs. 95% of our jobs will be taken away. Now, how can we create value to the human race if there isn't any way to create value to ourselves as a name? What do we have to bring into the system that creates general was it general wealth, generational wealth, or self-sustainable wealth? How? Well, simple. Pretty much a universal economy system. But the only way you sustain is through blockchain. Blockchain will be the governing system. Those that understand it will thrive and will live in the new economy, and those that don't will live under that universal currency. And that's just what it is. AI is the future, and it will come. And if we're not preparing this futuristic platform for what that platform is being, you know, founded to be, AI will be the one taking control of a lot of things. And this, what we're making now, this Decentraland Foundation ecosystem, it's what's going to allow each and every one of us to operate in that new AI world where the physical world will become absolute and the digital become the new physical. How can we make digital physical work? We are the ones that are the forefront of creating this future digital economy system with millions and thousands of jobs. But we can't do it if we're fighting each other. So just keep that in mind. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just very passionate because each and every one of you, I know each and every one of the talent that you guys have in this room. I don't speak much because I get silenced a lot. And it's probably because of my character and who I am and how straightforward I am. But the truth of the fact, what's inevitable is inevitable. And I will always be in the forefront of everybody's face because I believe in each and every one of you. And I might be a little bit too passionate, but the truth of the fact is that this platform has a big future and we have a big role to take upon. I'll pass the mic. I'm talking a little bit too much, but Super Nina, you triggered something in me that really, 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 really made me want to come out my shell today, my eggshell today, and really just express myself a little bit. Something I don't really do often. But again, I think we all should be doing the same, expressing ourselves. That's the only way we will communicate and connect and create a connection with each other. Understanding is key, man. And having a higher level of understanding of not just what's going on, but of each other gives us a better perspective and perception of how to keep going forwards with this, man. So don't be quiet. And no question is city, man. Open your mouth, guys. Hit that speaker button.
Thank you, Bio. Thank you. Let's see. We did have Sean come up to the speaker panel. Good morning to you, man. And are we crazy, or what's your analysis here?
Well, first of all, definitely good morning. And Bio, man, you have such passion. It's definitely it's a rarity in these days, and so I totally appreciate kind of your soapbox. I think it's interesting. I think anytime you deal with like new terminology and you deal with kind of what we're trying to accomplish, it's a challenge, right? And I think the metaverse is not, it was defined, right? The metaverse is defined, it's just not here yet, right? And so I think because there's a lack of different technologies, we're in these pioneering days of figuring out how to get there, right? How to get a place that is like the World Wide Web. And if you think about the World Wide Web and websites, is there is freedom in that, right? That you can own your own website, you can do what you want, you own your revenue, you own your ability to do commerce or education or share like things that you have like social interest and whatnot, and there is that freedom, if you will, right? And I think the challenge is that a lot of companies are talking about the idea of the metaverse, but they're really stuck with technical challenges that don't allow you to create these massive persistent ecosystems where everyone can participate and have their own spaces. And so in Snow Crash and obviously the movie Ready Player One, it depicted what the idea of the metaverse is, that there is a single world. So I want you to think about when you woke up today, and and obviously, Sinful, you said good morning. When we woke up, we're on one planet Earth together, right? I can call anybody on planet Earth. I can connect with anyone. I can go buy land. I can go down to the grocery store. I could do whatever I want. And obviously there's a quote unquote true freedom everywhere on the planet, but the idea that I can connect with anyone seamlessly in one planet. Right now, we have the technology that we can put 50 to 100 people on one planet, and then the next 150 people go on the next planet, and so on and so on. And so we don't have the ability to recreate the idea of the metaverse right now. And the reason why I know that is, I'm a founder of a company that we're actually solving that problem, right? In Microsoft, Nvidia, every company on the planet is trying to figure out how do you connect everyone, because it's mandatory. So think about the idea that we are on Instagram or Twitter, and imagine we can only connect with 50 people, and we now want to follow somebody else or share data with somebody else or DM somebody else, and I can't because they're on a different, what is called a shard. That is something that has to be solved so that we have the ability to create a persona or many personas and connect with anyone in this digital ecosystem, right? And it's big enough for everyone to participate on the planet. The second thing is you have to have ownership. And ownership is kind of interesting because just because you put blockchain on it doesn't necessarily mean you have ownership. There is an element of how do you create something, keep your data, keep all your revenue, and really separate those things the same way that I have separate websites where I own their own data and I own their own revenue. The other thing is a system needs to be extensible, just like the web. And again, really, if you put the web principles on the left and you think about the metaverse on the right, you need to really make sure those principles carry across. And what I mean by that is there has to be a fully extensible system where anyone and everyone can create any tool, any type of like module or ways that you can program into the system. You can offer new avatar systems. You can offer a plethora of different things that people may or may not want, right? And so you have the freedom of becoming the WordPress, of the internet, right? You can create different modules, different things that you can use on websites. You have to have that freedom because that is going to create the jobs that you're talking about. It's going to create the ability for someone to interact or create their own marketplaces, create their own tools. Maybe someone becomes the Canva of the metaverse, where most people don't have programming skills, and so why not have Canva like tools where you can actually create amazing things the same way that we make TikTok videos, That's what needs to be solved. You need to allow the masses to be out of the freedom of creation. And yes, AI is going to get there to make it super easy for us, but that ownership and extensibility is imperable. It has to happen. The last thing is really when it comes to an economy, is a lot of people are the economy is built on scarcity, and scarcity is a model that will never power a metaverse. And the reason I mean that is, imagine if creating websites were thousands of dollars. You're already excluding so many people on the planet to participate and create their own website. It needs to be ultra inexpensive so that you can participate at any level, so that everyone on the planet has that freedom to connect with each other. And so the promise of the metaverse is truly a single digital ecosystem where you can create your own experience, no matter how small or big. You have your own URL to be able to go to that space. And now you can seamlessly walk or teleport to other people's experiences seamlessly. And you have to take off the limitation of scale, so that if you want large gatherings or small gatherings or whatever the case may be, is anyone can program and create their own experience that they own, and they can share with the entire group. And I think that is vital. And I think it's not a knock on Decentraland or Fortnite or Roblox. It's just those technologies don't necessarily exist, because when you move from a website to 3D real-time experiences, it is extremely expensive and nearly impossible to scale. And so if you don't solve those two problems, you're still stuck with very small intranet type stuff. We need the 3D immersive internet to be stacked on top of the current internet protocols. And right now we're stuck in creating these siloed platforms that have massive limitations. And so, Bio, what you're speaking about is true. It is true to its core, form. And I think right now we have to get to the point where the technologies allow for those things to be developed. Because if it's really expensive and we exclude lots of people, now it's all about just money. And we're going back to the same problems that we had before. Because if it's like, hey, I want to buy a whole bunch of this money and hope that it goes from pennies to millions of dollars, and I become rich. But that's a fallacy, right? Where we're all, there are some people that may get on that ride, but at the end of the day, that's not going to solve planet Earth's problems in this digital that most people will not succeed or be able to ride that train. And the idea of digital currency is to have the freedom to be able to participate no matter where you're at in the world. There has to be utility, and there has to be abundance. When you start using the word scarcity and you limit the participation of people, that is when you're going to have a challenge of truly having an open metaverse, if you will. The idea that we can all participate. And it's not a knock on all these. I believe eventually companies like Decentraland or Fortnite or Roblox are going to rebuild their systems that will coexist. You'll actually be able to go to Fortnite land and build there and do different things that you won't be able to do over in Roblox land. And the same way a university doesn't want to participate on Decentraland or Roblox or Fortnite, they're going to create their own place that you can go to school. You're going to have your doctors. You're going to have, this is not just about a game. This is actually taking every use case that a website has and making it as close to real life as possible. That's the promise of the metaverse. The idea is it's almost like reality 2.0. COVID gave us this feeling of when it took away our ability to connect with each other. The 2D flat websites didn't cut it. It didn't give us that same immersion. It didn't give us that same persistence feel that we have when we go down the street or go to, the movies, or go somewhere where there's people and you can interact and connect. And I think the idea of discovery is one of the most important things. And you have to have the ability where you can connect with every single person in the platform based on your social interest or things that you want to do, and make that seamless. And the seamlessness comes from technology, right? You have to be able to, someone should be able to come on a mobile phone, someone should be able to be in a VR headset, someone should be able to be in desktop, instantly go to, let's say, Geo's, Bio, you have a store, Bio's t-shirt shop. We should all be able to go from any device and instantly show up at your t-shirt shop and speak with you. Or maybe you have an NPC character that's there. All these things will come together seamlessly without you having to download and install an app, create an account, force someone to figure out a whole new system. It has to be standardized where once I learn how to use a browser, I can find any website. I can find any experience seamlessly. And when the metaverse comes and the technology enables it, we're going to have the ability where you're seamlessly going to be able to go to any experience without having to install it, because you can't have installable technology and power a metaverse. It's not possible. You can't download the entire internet right now. Every website streams to you based on when you go to that location. And the same thing must happen with 3D experiences, or it's not going to be as seamless as we're talking about. If I want to walk from your store to someone else's game, to someone else's university, or to my digital job, I have to seamlessly be able to go there and instantly start interacting with that space. And the only way that's going to happen is it has to stream. And when I say stream, you're now incorporating the next level of how you deliver applications. Right now, we go to app stores. In the future, we will go back to URLs and websites that'll take us to 3D immersive experiences. And that gives you not only the freedom of the web, but it also allows you to instantly enjoy that content. And it's kind of like the I use this in some talks I do. It's kind of the Blockbuster versus Netflix, right? Blockbuster was a way that we can watch movies, for some of you people that don't know who Blockbuster is, but you had to drive to Blockbuster, you had to wait in line, you had to get your DVD or your VHS, whatever it was, or you had to wait for it to come in the mail. And Netflix came in and said, you know what? The future is on-demand content. And you know what's funny? Blockbuster said, we don't see it. They had a chance to invest in Netflix, which is, probably the biggest mistake they ever made. I'd love to meet the investors or the CEO staff of Blockbuster one day, but they had the chance to see the future. But they were really comfortable with the now, with what they had, because they were $1 billion company. And the future was on demand because people don't want to wait. They want to be able to consume and enjoy their content. And that's why the web is so powerful. I can go to any website seamlessly. I can instantly go somewhere and start shopping or learning or reading or going on a chat or a forum or whatever the case may be is. The metaverse is now just going to allow us to connect immediately. In fact, this talk right here could instantly be in some type of world or on a stage or somewhere that's built by Sinful, and we can all instantly go there. We don't need another platform. We don't need Twitter. We should be able to go to these spaces, and Sinful would own that space, or maybe he works for a company that owns for the space, whatever it is. But you know what? It's not going to be relegated on raising lots of capital. You should be able to participate where any 6-year-old or 10-year-old or 15-year-old can take $20, buy a domain name, and instantly have their own website. And the cool thing is, you don't even have to be a programmer. You have tools like Wix and Squarespace, where you can instantly have a website up and running and literally be your own person. And that parallel has to happen inside the eventual metaverse. And Decentraland is an unbelievable example of what's possible. Right? The idea that we can connect, we can do things. But there is another big jump that's going to happen in the next couple of years, because technology just never powered Decentraland to be able to accomplish some of the things that I'm talking about. It's not a knock on them. No one has it. Meta can't do it. You have big gaming technologies like Epic Games with their Unreal Engine. You have, Unity. They cannot power what I just described. They're not designed that way. They're designed for pre-compiled apps that you go to an app store. But to get them all to coexist is going to require different technologies. And when it happens, I promise you, Bio, what you just preached, it's going to be there. It's going to be there because the tech will allow that connection to happen. And we actually just did a demo. We had 100,000 concurrent users all streaming in a browser, full 6DoF, which is the full movement of your avatar, and spatial audio. And the idea is that you can easily connect. And we're not looking to become the next Decentraland. We're not looking to become the next Roblox. We're building the networking layer that will allow those companies to rebuild on top of, so they can have this connectivity that's necessary to power the idea of the metaverse. But the thing is it shouldn't be just for a Decentraland or just for a Roblox. Those are things that will be a part of a community, but I should still be able to go to, my job that has created their own space in the metaverse. I should still be able to go to my university and have classes instantly without leaving the ecosystem. You'll know when the metaverse is here when you wake up, and the same way when you were born and you were given a name by your parents, you will be able to pick a name as soon as you're old enough to figure out how to use the technology. That name you'll have for the rest of your life, along with your real name in the real world. And there's a very short life cycle of most games. And so that's why a lot of people don't, you create a game, you create some friends, but the metaverse, it's going to be your friend group for the rest of your life. And that will be your digital footprint. And you'll have many personas, by the way. So if I want to go to work, I want to be known as my full name, then I'm going to have an avatar that's going to have my real name. But I may also have an avatar that has a fun name that I do to play with my kids. And I may, if I'm into red light stuff, like, district type stuff, then I may create a third name that no one knows and it has a different set of friends. And so you'll be able to have these different sets of friends and different personas that I can manage and going in and out all seamlessly. And then you're going to have what the idea of the metaverse is. And if people don't know what the term is, please, let's not butcher it. It was defined. There is a definition of the metaverse. It's not here yet. Everything else that's being created right now are pieces that are leading us towards that direction, but it's not here yet. And when it is, we'll all understand and know that it's a special jump from what we're doing with the current internet, and it's going to be special. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. But Bio, I was really moved by your talk, so I appreciate you coming up and
Appreciate
sharing.
you, brother. Appreciate you, Sean. Just to let you know real quick, Sinful actually is streaming in Decentraland. I pinned it to the top. That's his stream. I just wanted to show you that. Sinful, shout out to you, bro.
Yep. He did mention it, but then he added on more context to like actually making Decentraland the platform where we host this chat at. So then I was about to step up and raise my hand, and then I was like, oh wait, slowly lower that hand. Dude, thank you, Bio, for mentioning that. And yeah, I wanted to pass it over to the Moon. He's had his hand up for a bit now. Did you have any comments to add to the conversation that we've been having so far?
Hey, Sinful. Yeah, actually, so I think what everybody's saying is ideal. It's mostly correct. I think, and I'm just coming out from a perspective, because I haven't been part of Decentraland in a while. As you guys know, I've stepped away. One, I'm banned. Two, I stepped away and I just wanted to give an outside perspective. And mostly it's because I really like Sinful and Canessa. I know they work really hard and what they do. And I know that they are focused on making this successful. And I'm sure everybody else here is as well. But they're my friends. And so I want to see my friends get success. And so, not that I'm taking away from everybody else, but anyways, going to the point, I think that everybody's saying ideal things, but what people don't realize is there's no leadership. And people will say, oh, there's grants coming in and all that stuff. Nothing we have seen yet has shown any leadership of anything. And yes, we're supposed to have a decentralized, autonomous organization, but it's not. It's not. It's simply not working. And there's no leadership. Like, if anything, you need someone to take the lead on certain parts of the project. Like, there needs to be something going on, because if not, it's not going to happen. The foundation is not doing their part. Like, they're doing stuff that is not relevant to upgrading the platform in the way that's going to make it better for everybody. They're doing some user interface things. I'm not knocking what they're doing, because their work is great. But what I'm saying is they're not focusing on the right things. And we're giving them money and they're guaranteed that money, which obviously, that was up to the founders to do that. So it's not, but at the same time, they were supposed to be the leaders. And then they said, well, now we're giving it to everybody. Let everybody lead. There's no direction. And everybody has these great ideas, but no one is giving any real leadership direction. I mean, we have this bidding and tendering, for instance. Honestly, this is my personal opinion. Everything should be going through that. Every single thing should be going through that. This needs to get done. We need someone to do this. I'm not doing it. We're gonna put this bid in. We're gonna put this idea in, make people bid on it, and then put the lowest bid with the most qualified people. And I say the community votes on that. But at the same time, we have the same problem with the voting. There's no reason that there shouldn't be a conflict of interest thing, because this is one, it's not a smart contract. Nothing is smart contract anymore. Well, I mean, we have not used the smart. I mean, yes, the vesting is a smart contract, but the approval is not a smart contract. Like, yes, whether people vote, if there is evidence of conflict of interest, just like, oh, if there's evidence of racism or anything else that you guys say, you can ban someone. You can say, no, we're not giving you that. We're not giving it to you. Heads straight up. We know this is conflict of interest. Doesn't count. It wouldn't have passed if it wasn't for your conflict of interest. Sorry, I don't care what the votes say. Because right now, you guys, we still have to manually make the vesting contract. Why are, like, without a smart contract, why are we giving people who don't deserve grants? Like, it's just, and the thing is, I'm not here to, I don't have a solution. I'm gonna be honest with everybody. I don't have a good solution for this. It's over my pay grade. But to be honest, like, everything that everybody's saying is great, but there's nothing, like, no one's come up with any solution that's going to move things forward. And there's not enough leaders here that are not willing to put their own greed aside. You have to put your greed aside. You will make money. You'll make, and the thing is, you will make money. Just take what, so, take it like a job. Like, I mean, I understand everybody's trying to make money, everybody's, in business, but, you got to think, like, look, this is like a nonprofit, essentially. Like, not like, if this is your passion, you know, I used to work for nonprofits. You work for nonprofit because you're passionate about it, and you're trying to help in an altruistic way to help move things forward. And no one here is doing that. Like, everybody here is like, all right, I'm gonna line my pocket, yeah, and I'll do the work. And if it's, and even if it's done poorly, guess what? I already got paid. No, like, we need people that are gonna be willing to do good quality work because they're passionate about it and because they're here to make a move forward for everybody. But like I said, everybody's issue does not change here. Like, what everybody's saying, nothing's gonna change. Like, none of the ideal is gonna happen without solving this issue first. And like I said, I don't have a solution, but everybody, like, overlooks this DAO problem. The DAO is the solution because that's what gets leaders to do the job, and that's what moves the thing forward. So if everybody looks at the DAO, and it sucks because DAO is very political. It's, there's people biting each other's heads off. I'm one of those people. I'll be the first to admit it. I'm very aggressive, but I know this is what's important, and so I was very passionate about Decentraland, and I knew the DAO was the source of the issues. Because
Yeah.
look, we can't move forward without it. That's all I'm saying. What everybody's saying is great. Sorry, Sinful. I don't know if I was saying too much, but
Let me tap in there with you quick, too, the
Nah,
moon. Real quick, I gotta break out. I know I said that like 30 minutes ago, but I'm gonna break out real quick. Tuda, I appreciate you for coming up, brother. Long time no see, big homie. Sending you blessings, and I just want to tap in and say, yo, you're not wrong. But that definitely highlights a little bit of what we was mentioning earlier, where the community needs to become more of a unified system. You see, the foundation is just like running a regular business. I mean, you're familiar with that, right? So, running a regular business, you have state, federal, and of course, government funding. Then you have community, private entity funding, or non-organizational funding. We are the private entity funders. The foundation is basically the government funding program. Now, within this organization is our job as Decentraland's decentralized autonomous organization to create a structural financial ecosystem that can assist the foundation. We can't live and leech off just one lifeline. It won't work like that. One lifeline cannot, feed everyone. I agree with the fact that a lot of us need to put our sides, our ego to the side and stop charging a little bit. If not, do things a little bit for the movement, for the future, because a nonprofit organization is exactly what To the Moon said. It's a movement in coalition with a whole bunch of individuals that share the same passion. And of course, at the long run, there will be a central prize, which is the fruitful success of the business foundation, right? Now, the funding is crucial. That's what people are looking for, right? People want money. But remember, creating our own decentralized system is key. We are being tested to understand a self-sustainable governance system. Maybe if we thought about creating a self-metaverse union, paying NFT union dues, and having that as part of the foundational recreational funding system to support the governance system, which is the Decentraland Foundation. We have to put our part not only in promoting and populating this platform, but also pitching into funding our own small amount of money into this ecosystem. Ultimately, we make money out of this. That is what I think will prove a sustainable grantee to get that grant. You can't just start and get a grant. And this is not nothing towards you, just adding on top of what you're saying, because I'm very strong on I'm very passionate on what you said, because it's a lot of truth in that. And we've lived this, all of us here. We've all been around, like Sinful said, with con artists that we've all been victim of. Some of us have worked with people that rugged the platforms and left and done a whole bunch of crazy shit, Jow drained and whatever, the whole nine. We've experienced so many diverse outlets of problems. The solution is in front of us, and we're looking at it, and that's us. We need to create our own system. Think about it, a metaverse union, Decentraland metaverse union, something like that that can help support the Decentraland community members. Understanding how a union works, just like you have your work regular business union on a W-2 with pensionships and everything. We need to start thinking in that business matter. We're not thinking like that. We're thinking about
Well,
exposure. We're thinking
can
about
I say something?
public. Yeah, what's up? Talk to me. I love it.
I was just gonna say we have so many like committees. Like for instance, the Grant Support Squad. They're supposed to be supporting the grants that goes on. They're supposed to be, not only are they supposed to be reviewing them, they're supposed to be supporting them. That was the whole point, was to basically support the grants and ensure their success. Not look after who's not doing their job. It's not about, they're not supposed to be a management company. I mean, they're not supposed to be a prosecuting company. They're supposed to go and ensure the success of the grants. They've failed. They failed several times, and they continue to fail. And just creating another bureaucracy is not going to help anything. I mean, it will if you guys, you guys, you're saying that we need a union, but like, here's the thing: no one's willing to take their own vote and be responsible with their own vote. You got to be responsible with your voting. You got to stop voting with your friends. And until you have the group think that stops, it's not going to change.
I
I've
agree
been
on that one.
I've been in, so listen, I mean, people don't know, but I've ran for office. I've been in politics for a long time. I'm not in the politics anymore. I'm out. Fuck politics, excuse my language. But I don't even vote anymore. But at the same time, like in real life in the US. But at the same time, I I understand the game, and I've been in the game, and I've also worked for lawyers who've been in the game, and I know a lot of people that are still in politics, and it is a crap game, and that's why I'm out. But the whole point is, you're not going to change anything without, like, but by creating a bureaucracy. You have to have people. You have to create a way for voters to be responsible on their own, and there needs to be an incentive to be responsible, and there needs to be so incentives and the, I guess, deterrence for people, or um I guess, I don't know if punishment is the right word, but basically some way to basically deter people from voting in an irresponsible way. Like, I, and I know people don't like feeling like, oh, people don't like being on the stage sometimes with their votes, but you're voting. Like, that's the thing. Like, the whole mindset of a DAO needs to change, because okay, right now in the US, let's say for instance, you basically vote for a politician that's going to do the hard work for you. You are voting for someone that's going to take on that role and make the hard decisions. Like, yes, in Congress, I'm going to vote for this bill and I'm going to deny this bill. They're making the hard decisions they're supposed to make the hard decisions for you. That's the whole point of it. But right now, if we want a decentralized autonomous organization, The responsibility goes back to you, everybody here. Remember, the whole point of the Web3 is trustless. You're not supposed to trust anybody. And I'm not saying that you can't be like, I do trust people that are in this room. Like, I do trust people here. But what I'm saying is, trust has to be earned, and also you have to find a way to, like, make your vote count. Like, be real with yourself. If we keep, oh well, everybody's voting this way, so I should probably vote this way. No, you can't. We need individuals here. There's too much groupthink. There's way too much groupthink, and like I said, it's the tragedy of the commons. It's not going to change unless we find a way to, to distort the equilibrium that exists. I mean, this equilibrium has to be shifted to something else. It's game theory in a long sense, but it has to shift. If we can't shift it, it doesn't matter what everybody's proposing. You have to shift it to responsible voting. I'm not saying that
agree with
you
you
have.
though. You're not
Yeah,
wrong, Twitter. You're right, bro. You really. I just
yeah.
want to
Well,
like highlight
yeah.
that part. You're right, but at the same time, you have to also think about the process that why we're not growing is because the separation and non-unification, which plays a role in what you're saying. Um, we have to break that habit.
that
It's a
comes
bad
from that
habit.
comes that comes
Yeah.
from that also drives from people being true, not truthful. If we were all like, if everybody was kind of honest about, like, was honest with themselves, and we like, all this stuff would have, like, if we were actually honest, and we, I'm just giving an example. I don't know if you like him or not, but Mark Cuban, let's say, would Mark Cuban come here and invest in these grants? Let's be honest. No, he wouldn't. It's not a good business move. And I know a lot of people wouldn't put their own money into these grants either. So if you wouldn't put your own money into this grant, there's your answer. But it's someone else's money. That's okay. We've all put this money in here. Everybody wants success of this DAO. We all want success. And the thing is, we've had people defraud us, so there's no one's at fault there, but we're at fault in a sense. We are all at fault for not doing more research on before we say yes. You have to do more research.
You know what I'd love
Like,
to is
go
like a
ahead.
for DAO, for just everybody, like a FICA DAO score. Because what I see is, like, the all hands meeting that Decentraland had, there were 17 people out of the 38 users of Decentraland. 17 people went to that, and I get that you can listen to it later, but I want to know, like, where were the people that are, key players in Decentraland that are going to ask the DAO for money, but they don't attend the AMA, they don't attend the regular DAO town hall. So, like, why couldn't we take feelings away, just facts, not feelings? Look at the score. Like, do you vote on a regular basis? Do you attend these meetings? Like, do you only vote on your friends' proposals? Like, because what has happened is those of us that are active in the DAO that vote on pretty much every proposal, like, I've damaged my own brand. There's people that don't like me because I voted no, because I didn't give them the money for whatever, they might know the reason, they might not know the reason. Yeah, guess what? I voted no on everything because, man, it was 28 cents and we're bleeding the DAO. They might not dig deep to know that. Like, I would love, and I'm not gonna, like, that's not worth my time. Everybody's got to make their own decision. But what frustrates me is that people are leaving it up to a few active users in the DAO to look at these grants, to look them over, to determine if they're a good use of the funds or not. And then, we're taking the hits. We're making the enemies. Like, and I know my why. I know why I do it, and that's not gonna, deter me. But it does frustrate me that you see people only show up to the DAO when it's time to renew their grant, and that's not sustainable. That's not fair. I also think, like, I have seen so many people get salty and turn away from Decentraland as a whole because they got active in the DAO, and I really, like, I hate the fact that the DAO. I mean, I hate the fact that it exists. Like, it's a vital, it's a necessary evil. because anytime you get money involved, you see the worst come out of people. Or anytime you get power involved, you see power, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And we see it every day in the DAO. So I think like it's not enough just to say, oh, I don't participate in the DAO because of politics, and to let those of us that are like carry that burden, because I'm less likely to support projects that just let the active users in the DAO do the heavy lifting. I'll just be like, like I don't know, like it needs to be more equitable, because I see people that have a really big voice, a really big platform, and they're silent. They're silent, and they expect people like Oddjob, people in the CBD, to come to the foundation and bring up functional, like, oh, hey, I can't get this scene to load, I can't get this to load. They're why are they coming to us? Like, there's a reason. They're coming to us because it doesn't feel like there's anywhere else to go at the moment. So I think that this is such a multifaceted problem, that it's not just the functionality of Decentraland, it's not just the DAO, but it's like, man, we could bird walk down into the DAO, or we could bird walk way far away about the philosophical ethics of the metaverse. And that's like the blessing and the curse. This place is so big, and it's so big. So you're right, like leadership.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just to condense some of what you're saying. Like ownership, responsibility, and leadership. I mean, it is multifaceted, right? I mean, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard to
It
be a
is.
and also have the leadership skills to step up and be a leader. Like very few people can do all that. There's people that are great behind the scenes, but they're not, like we kind of need everybody to do their part. But I think I mean, to like break it down, we need to evolve from our Web 2 mindset that we really are conditioned. I mean, human behaviorism is my background. I could go into like conditioning, coercive control, response, like I could go into that, like, but we have been conditioned by whatever society we live in to think a certain way, and we actually love when other people just tell us what's going to happen. And in order for us to evolve, to keep up with Web3, we have to evolve our perspective into a Web3 perspective, that like, oh my god, I get to be the owner, but damn, I have to be the owner.
Yeah, I'm gonna say one more thing, and then I'm gonna step off the stage. But you're absolutely right, and I think what you're pointing to, the Web 2, everybody's in the Web 2 mindset, and I understand that. Like, I hear, oh, Discord is Web 2. I hear, Decentraland is not fully Web 3. Whatever. I hear the excuses, but at the same time, everybody needs to liberate their minds on on the culture that they do exist in the real world, and realize that if we want a better space, a more free, a more like the space that we want, we have to take ownership of that. And I agree with you. The house sucks. But it's a necessary evil. It's exactly what you said. And people need to realize, like, if you say something, you need to stand by your word. But you need to look at principle over friendships. Because look, I'll be honest, I lost a lot of friends here. I was friends with a lot of people, and then I realized, I was like, damn, once money gets involved, they really weren't my friend. Like, and look, I'm always gonna be brutally honest with people. I mean, sometimes I'll hold back a little bit, but like, it's hard. It's really hard to say that to people you like. It is, and I know we're all passionate here, and I think some of it, and I'm a victim of this too. When you're so passionate about something, you get very offended very easily, because like, you're passionate about it. You're passionate about it. You're driven to do a good job, and it might not be intentional that you're not doing a good, like, you're not, I don't think anybody here is like, what, let's ruin Decentraland, like, let's just ruin it. Now some people are here, yes, I want the money, like, that's what they're here for, they're money hungry, but there's ways to do it, and sometimes your way is not the right way. And it's not saying that don't go for another grant, like, it's saying that okay, maybe I need to work out some stuff. Like maybe I need to rethink. Like, okay, the market does not want this. Like this is not desired right now. It could be like, so sometimes like things like for instance, a game. This game might be like, the game that you're going to make might be great, and no one's saying it's not going to be great. But the timing also matters too, because like for instance, like there's people that ask me to vote for stuff, and I'm like, sorry, like I don't think this is the right time for that. It's not that the game wouldn't be good. It's not that you wouldn't do a good job. It's that literally the timing wasn't right. So, we got to look at what is necessary now. Your friends might have great ideas, and and you might even believe that your friends can do a great job, and I'm sure they will. But at some point though, you got to realize, like, okay, but is this like now? Like it's not the right time. Like we need to build the platform up because but that's just going on. But the Web 2 mindset, going back to the Web 2 mindset, eh, you gotta, there has to be a liberate your mind. You have to be open-minded. You have to liberate yourself, and you have to realize that, for once in your life, you actually have control over your vote. And I know it's hard for people to, like, people don't understand like what freedom is, but in most countries, like, I mean, look at China. They don't have a say. Like, this is your ultimate power. You have a vote. You have a say in this Decentraland platform. Use it. Your voice should be heard. I think everybody has their own experiences, their own voice. I don't agree with everybody here, but as long as you're willing to stand by what you said, and yes, I'm the first one to argue with you, but at the same time, if you can stand by what you said and give good reasons for it, I'm probably gonna, I might argue with you, but I think I'm willing to, like, be at peace, that knowing that we argue, like, there's always two sides to a coin, and I think that's, if you can argue it, I think that's the, stand by your decision. That's what we need. And if people could do that, and just own their decisions, and be proud of their decision, because like I said, not everywhere in the world gets this opportunity to vote on something that they actually like, had to have a vote that actually means something. Your vote means something. I know some people say the little fish don't have voting power, but it matters. Like, it matters. Just because the public matters, like the perception, your voice, just because something doesn't go your way, your voice can make a difference too, because sometimes all you need to do is lobby the right person. I mean, we all seen this with the wrong way, Dow drainers. What they do best is they lobby the right people, and sometimes a fish can be a better lobbyer than than a big company. That's why companies hire some people that, are passionate about the issues and stuff when in real life, to lobby. But yeah, I just think yeah.
I'd love
Sorry.
to say, no, you're doing great. I'd love to say, the good thing about what you're talking about is I don't think the DAO issue is a Decentraland issue. I think the DAOs in general are problematic, right? And I think when you're building technology, you have the mixture of technologists and you have the people that want to benefit from the technology individually. And when those coincide, nothing gets built, because you need to have people that are visionaries, or people that have the concepts or a plan that everyone says, hey, this is the best plan. Let's vote that and give them enough time to implement that plan. But the problem is everyone has their own thing that they want to get out of this process. And so DAOs functionally are problematic, right? And you even look at it in American politics, right? Probably the most quiet people that should run for government don't. And those are the ones that we actually need to run this country, to give a voice to all the people. And the problem is that the people that do run for it are the ones who are like, oh God, is this all we have to select from? And so what Decentraland needs to find is a technologist that understands what are the goals, and maybe the DAO can actually help set up the values and the goals of what you're trying to accomplish as a whole, and that could be voted on. And once you understand that commonality, then you have to put the people that have the experience or the technical capabilities to actually implement that plan in a certain time frame. And there should be updates. It's kind of like a public company, right? Public company, the people that own the stock own the company and help push the agenda, but you don't sit there and tell Tim Cook on what to do. You know that you have one of the best operating teams on the planet that can implement something really special where everyone can benefit from, right? And if every single person has a voice in that doesn't have the experience or the capabilities to drive that ship, the whole purpose of a DAO, or the idea is that everyone does have a vote, but that also can push away from actually anything ever getting accomplished, which is really what you just described for the last hour, however long you've been talking. And so I believe that you're spot on, but I want you to give you hope. It's not just a Decentraland problem. It is a DAO issue in general, and it's a political issue. The question is how do you restructure it and say, okay, if we're going to have a DAO, let the DAO vote on and up level on what they're voting. I mean, if they're uploading, you're talking about really small things, nothing will ever get done. You have to say, what is missing from Decentraland? Why are people not participating? Why do we have more concurrent users? Why do we not have more people building? Is it because it's too hard to build? Is it because we don't have the tools necessary? We don't have the way? Because at some point you have to give it life and let it breathe without votes, right? I mean, if you look at the internet, the reason why the internet is so powerful is because you had someone that built standards and protocols and got out of the way. And then everyone can go in their own direction and you can build and build and build. So if I built a really crummy website, well, you just won't come, right? Someone else will build something. If I'm lacking tools, someone can raise their hand and say, I don't need a vote on that saying the whole internet needs to build a tool to allow me to build a website. No, someone can just go build the tools and give it to the people, right? And that's how you have the WordPresses. You have the I call it extensibility, where you have the ability where anyone can participate and build without getting permission. But the upper level of the technology has to come together for it to work, right? And that's kind of what I believe you're saying. And I believe there has to be an up level of conversations within the community. And you'll quickly find out what everyone's agenda is when you kind of scope out what I'm talking about. If you don't have a plan, or someone is not coming in and saying, here are the top 5 things that we need to accomplish over the next year, and here are the people that are going to make it happen. If that conversation is not happening, you've already lost, because technology changes so quickly. You have to be building for today, and you have to have a team that is not just voting every day about it, but is actually working on it and are paid to work on it and get it done for the people. And if they don't accomplish it, then guess what? Get them out and get some other group in there to finish the job. It's like, we can all talk about building a house, we can talk about the pieces of wood or something like that, but we don't have a contractor that's going to get us there and get the house finished so we can all enjoy it together. It's not going to happen.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you real quick what your next what you because I agree with a lot what you just said. Can I ask you real quick about I know One Existence is trying to he's had his hand up for a while, but can you explain what the next step like what okay, so would the steps be create goals for like overall goals for what we want in the DAO? Like what is the DAO desire? Like create an overall goal of like a list of priorities. And then would it be to essentially make positions of power, like single positions of power who can get their own team or whatever they need, get that done. I mean, what do you think is like what do you think the next steps are?
I mean, I think you kind of listed it out in your own way. I think it's really there's the tedious hand-holding, like doing the small stuff, and then there's the strategy discussion or the vision discussion. And you have to first present different vision. And I think there has to be an opportunity, and if you're gonna go with the DAO theory, anyone should be able to present a vision. Here are the top 10 things that are necessary for Decentraland to be successful. And that can be what needs to be created. It could be what is possible, or community, whatever the case may be. And there has to be an agreement on what that looks like. If that is not an agreement, then everything else below it is flawed. And once you have an agreement on what is necessary, what is missing, what are the problems, even just agreeing on what are the problems of the community is a challenge, right? And I think you have to break down these couple of things first and get an agreement. And this is no different than running a corporation. I mean, I think Bio mentioned it as well. In a corporation, there's a reason why you have a CEO and all this kind of stuff. Now, with a DAO, you can have people that say who is the best CEO or who is the best different positions. But once you create a plan and say, look, these are the missing features, these are the things that are must-haves for Decentraland to be successful, then you have to put teams that solve those problems. And those teams and now you're getting more people to participate. You're getting people in their expertises that say, hey, I'm really good at the technology, right? So, hey, if we're going to need more than 20 people inside a space, we're going to need VR, we're going to need to be seamless, we're going to need to do this, who's going to go figure that out? right? You're going to need someone that's going to say, I'm a technologist, I know I can figure this out. And then the DAO can say, okay, there's 3 people that raise their hand that said they can solve this. Then vote on one of those 3, and guess what? Give them a time frame. Here's a time frame for you to prove out what you're doing, because at some point you got to give people the ability to execute, right? And then the DAO needs to watch that if they're not executing, then you need to vote a new person to come in and lead that piece of the thing. I think in general, Decentraland is flawed in the sense of it's all based on scarcity. And I believe if you don't solve the scarcity model and the get quick, get rich quick scheme kind of feeling around it, Decentraland could be extremely powerful. And that's just my take, because when you look at the price of land and you already exclude so many people from participating, there's no wonder why you're going to have less things that are developed or created for the people. The reason why you have other things that work is because it's easy, people can participate, the tools are full programming to low code. If it's not there, I can go build it on my own. I don't need permission. It's an open ecosystem where I can build and share with the community, and the community may say, man, this is an amazing feature. I'm going to go, this is going to help empower many Decentraland users, right? And I think you have to figure out those kind of pathways. And if you don't, then we're talking about the wrong layer. Yeah, I think right now, a lot of these discussions are at the wrong layer. And you just described the worst part of a DAO, because most people don't vote. Most people, I would say on Decentraland, and this is not a knock, but there are very few people that really understand the technology around these things. But yet you're going to empower a whole bunch of people just to randomly vote. And so you have to put people in place that have that experience, that are trusted by the community, and let them do their job. And if they don't do their job, then vote for another next person until you finally get the person that drives, the bus or the ship or the case may be, as to where it needs to be. And you have to hold people accountable. And that's what the DAO is for. A DAO is for that voting right, to make sure that if someone's not accountable, that you can vote someone else to take over that layer. But it can't be under one person's bucket. You have to really separate the different pieces that need to get done and put the right people in the right place. And that's the challenge that I believe needs to be solved. And I think then you can really start making things happen.
It's almost like you're saying, like, make the DAO the product owner and then have them hire a project manager to fulfill the
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Everyone can have a voice. Everyone can have opinion, and someone can be like, wait a minute. Dude, that was a great thing. We need to add that to the list. So part of actually the DAO meetings should be is, how do you create that list? Let everyone have a voice so that we can all agree on what are we trying to solve. Let's first create our values. Let's create our, who we are as a community, and make sure that our principles, every decision we make, are based on those principles that we've all agreed upon. And when you have shared principles that are common based on voting or whatever, here's principle A, here's a group of principle B's and C's, let's vote on those, and the whole community will be like, man, principle B is the list of principle B's are what define us. And then once those principles are in place, okay, now what is missing to make this community move? And make those lists, and everyone has a voice to do that. And once you have the list, you're exactly right. Now you have to empower people to run and solve those problems, and then you have a community that really works. And that way you don't have to worry about everyone being a technologist. Everyone can have a voice but not know how to create it, right? I may say I would love, flowers on the front of the house, but that doesn't mean I need to be a landscaper, right? It's like, hey, once we agree on kind of the look and everyone has a voice, well, then we go hire a landscaper that
you're a breath of fresh air, man. I'm serious, and I appreciate it. And just for everybody here that doesn't understand what a product owner does, because it might not be in their field. So basically, the way Sean just described it would be, okay, yeah, so the product owner says, I have these values. I have something that I need this. I need something to get this thing done. Whatever, some kind of program, some kind of project. I need something. I need a means to this end. And then the product owner, which essentially could be the DAO, right? Basically would then hire a project manager who would then say, okay, I need this. I need a team for this. I need a team allocated for this. I need a team allocated for this, to make sure that the flowers, because I'm the landscape, the project manager would be the landscaper in Sean's example. And then they would say, all right, we're going to put the flowers here. We're going to put a tree here. We're going to do this here. And then they go back to the community and say, okay, here's our first layout. As the product owner, they're going to ask the community and say, hey, does this look okay to everybody? Is this fitting everybody's need? Is this fitting the brand? Is this fitting the principles? And if it's not, then the community says, no, we reject that. We want the tree in the other place. And then, then the project manager will go and fix that. Excuse me, he would get his team to fix that, and it just, that's basically how it works. And if we can start being product owners, as the DAO, I I, I really think that's gonna change things to the extreme. I think if we can find the right person to
There's
do
another way
it.
to put it.
Go
It's
ahead.
basically DAO. It's DAOs within DAOs, right? Because not everyone is going to understand the entire grand plan of Decentraland, right? Decentraland has a massive goal, right, and a massive journey. And I guarantee you, if everyone in this room, if you were to figure out who has what or something like that, some people may only care about the flowers. Some people may only care about the foundation. Some people will only care about the tools. They may care about these pieces, and they should now be able to find their place within the bigger organization and have their contributions. And to be honest with you, that makes things much more intimate and much easier to really have people that not only care about a certain subject matter, because when you get a whole bunch of people that don't even care about a piece of it and they also have a vote and you're relying on that, that's when people are just going to come in, and if they do vote, they're not even going to do the work or the time to figure out who's best for that piece. And it's not, I know there's only really one DAO, but the whole principle is you would want multiple groups that have their autonomy to solve the problems that they've been put at. And maybe the whole idea of the DAO is to assign the leaders in these different buckets, right? So create your 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 buckets, whatever they are, that are very separate from each other, that have different responsibilities for the greater whole, and those all plug into the upper leadership that is making sure that those are all coming together and are seamless. And so whenever you have everyone build their own kind of bucket, you got to make sure that they coincide with the other pieces, and you need that layer as well. And so it's basically hiring more teams of different people to work together, and that's how you build an organization. And if it's decentralized or not, right? And so if you can build that organization, you actually get more participants. There's more money to give to those people because they deserve salaries, they deserve jobs. Here's AI is going to take away jobs. Here, what I'm talking about is creating jobs. And you're able to then come together as a community. And to be honest with you, community is the word, right? What we're just describing right now in this discussion is creating a better community for discussion, for execution, and for really driving home things. But you have to have some fundamental things in place for it to work. And that goes all back to your values and principles. Why are we doing this? Do we agree on why Decentraland exists and what its job is for the future? And if that is not agreeable, then you can't, decide what are all the pieces of that vision. And that has to be, first and foremost.
I'm just going to jump in. I'm going to go to existence after this, but I think the elephant in the room that we really do need to touch on is that we can make all the decisions we want in the DAO, but we also have a foundation that is the one responsible for executing a lot of what happens in Decentraland. And so what I think also an important piece that we need to just keep drilling home is how to improve that communication between foundation, DAO, community, users, like all of that, because we could just wear ourselves out trying to execute change in the DAO if we don't have the foundation aligned with the same changes. And I'm gonna just then I'm not totally bounce because existence. You were trying to get up all morning. I was trying to approve you. I'm just going to give you the floor right now so that your hand must be numb from being up. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm doing all right, thanks. I wish I'm going to have to start keeping a notepad beside me on these things because I probably forgot most everything. But one, I had wanted to say hello to Super Nina and how refreshing it was to hear Decentraland creator who has been around for quite some time, at least as long as I've been here, and I'm sure longer. It was nice to hear her positivity remains for Decentraland. So that was very nice to hear. I do also want to say hello to just a few people, everyone in the room actually, but like Z Kyle. Haven't seen him for a while. He's in the space. Hello, Z. My friends at Meta Rides are here. Hedge, and everybody else. Make. But I've had. Oh no, he's still here. Cool. over the past month or so, I've been out doing my metaverse exploring and have had the opportunity to talk with some very, very interesting and smart people in the biz, one of which, Sean. I had the privilege of spending about an hour seeing what he's building, and it is amazing. But I specifically wanted to say, I'm sure I brought it up, but Sean, Biometa is the one who I mentioned about the streaming thing that I don't know all the full details behind it, but that's who I was speaking of when the topic came up, and make an NFT there. I gave you the connection to Sean to see what he's building as well, if you so choose to take a dive in there. But I spent 2 hours on the phone with the creator of a platform called Hubs. They actually did a Twitter space not that long ago with the Whip, the metaverse meme guys. Oh, and that reminds me, when Decentraland meme coin, haha, those seem to do well. I hate them, but whatever. But as far as DAO speak goes, one thing is, I think we need to not. People talk about it like it's this entity, and as I've been saying all along, we are the DAO. When people say nasty things about the DAO, I'm sorry, but I kind of take it a little bit personally because I am a part of that DAO. And, you know, I agree there needs to be some, well, the emotion needs to be taken out of the discussions, for one, most definitely, and try to stick to the facts. I've said that I don't know how many times when people are going back and forth, making personal attacks and comments at each other in the DAO, is can you give me the facts? That's how that's the way you should make your votes. And I will also be one of the first to admit that there are times I didn't fully understand, but what I read, or the way it sounded, or the fact that some people within the community who I believe are know more about a subject than I do myself, that will sway my vote towards a yes or a no. You know, like if they're a dev, and they provide a good feedback and they vote a certain way, I'm probably going to follow their vote, because yes, I don't know everything about what the proposal may be about, but if it sounds good and people I respect and trust and again believe are smart enough, know more about it than I do, that's how I'm going to vote. And I forget everything else. Of course, it'll come to me afterwards. But anyway, RP1 is what Sean is building, and it's pretty cool. Instantaneous transporting was unbelievable. Very cool, very cool. I would call it maybe the next generation of the metaverse. But it was an honor and a privilege to meet and speak with you.
Yeah, I know. Wondering what's RP1, and not to put you on the spot or anything, Sean, but do you do interviews? I have a silly show I would like to do on.
Anytime.
All right. Then I'll probably slide into your DMs for that, and see what we can do. Yeah, that would be a good opportunity to check out RP1. You could give us like kind of that, your point of view of logging in and show us kind of like how to use it. And I did see your mic on mute when it listed. You want to add anything to it?
No download, no wallet connect. Yeah, it was great. And Sean, he check him out. Check Sinful out. It's called Beyond the NFT. I've had the honor and privilege of being a guest on there. I think it would be awesome if you do. But go ahead, Sean.
I would love to, because what we're trying to solve for is kind of how the original internet was born, right? And they had to figure out, how do websites coexist? How do you upload your own domain and your own IP address? How do you solve DNS? How do you solve really hard technology that probably most people can't talk about, but appreciate that it just works, right? And so if you could imagine, the whole idea of the metaverse is, we already have the connectivity on the planet. How do you make 3D immersive experiences coexist? And right now, if you look at the examples of immersive experiences today, they're all skyboxes, right? They're these boxes that you can create. You have a limit of people, but you don't have like an endless world. You don't have like this open area that is endless, that people can go to and create and own themselves. They don't have to be reliant on anybody. They could say, I want this piece of land, I'm going to go build my community. I can go build a Decentraland. I can go build anything I want and not have to worry about raising tens of millions of dollars. And so a handful of things have to be solved for all the problems to be solved in the idea of the next level of the internet. And a couple of them is, how do you democratize building content? How do you make things as easy as building websites and the same cost, or close to the cost of websites? Right now, if 1 million people come to my website, it doesn't cost me a lot, right? If I had 1 million people show up in my 3D immersive experience, you better be raising millions of dollars, right? Because that's why a lot of these experiences don't stay on for a long time, or are very limited in what they can do. And so if you think about the current internet, there has to be checkboxes on creating the next. And I don't want to call it a platform, because I think it's more standards and protocols that allow us all to participate. But it has to be fully programmable, and it has to have no code tool likes. But when I say that, what if a higher statement is, anyone can build any tool? Anyone can be, you can build CSS and HTML websites, or I can go to Wix or Squarespace, or companies that solve these problems. I can go to Canva, that makes it super easy for me to build, websites out of the box, and take things that make it easy to build content, so everyone can participate, right? And so you have to check the boxes. And the problem is, if I want a single world, and so when you go into RP1 right now, and I don't want to, please understand, we're not a vertical, but we have a demonstration of technology. But when you experience our technology, it is literally one seamless world. If you wanted to, and you want to take your entire life, you can walk from one side to the other, and you'd be walking for a really long time. And so we're basically building a digital twin of our entire solar system, and an unlimited land that's going to be at the cost closer to a website. So imagine you can go get your 100 meter by 100 meter at hundreds of dollars a year, and it doesn't matter if hundreds of thousands of people show up, and you can build whatever these things. You can go build whatever you want, because the system is designed to be architecturally extensible, where you can literally become the WordPress of RP1. And the whole premise of why we're doing this is to solve the problems that you're describing here in Decentraland, to solve the problems that you see across lots of other platforms. Because if we're all, basically, if you really think about it, and I'll simplify, this conversation, right now, everyone is building intranets, 3D intranets that are very siloed and have their specific ways of doing things. The challenge is how do you get all of these intranets to coexist with each other? And that's what is called the federated metaverse, where everyone thinks it's going to be solved by building bridges, where I have a bridge to move from Decentraland to Roblox to here, but that's never going to happen. Precedence has shown that it will never happen. All these systems are designed differently, and from a technological standpoint, it will never happen. What you need to do is you need to start brand new. You have to say, how do you build a system where all of these guys can participate? And now you have choices as consumers where, man, Decentraland has an amazing group of people. I love this place. I love building here. And the value of the land at Decentraland goes up the same way Beverly Hills land goes up, because if lots of people want to go there and other people are there, and it's something that you can get more, walk space and all that kind of stuff, then the value is driven. But you can't have the baseline technology based on scarcity. And what I mean by, and I throw these terms out, scarcity is making things, very few can have it, and then it drives up the cost because you can't have it. That can't be built on the baseline of the idea of the metaverse. It has to be abundant forever. It's kind of like, imagine if websites were $10 and now they're, $50,000 to create a website. I mean, it wouldn't be the World Wide Web it is today. And the whole idea of the metaverse is just taking the internet and making it one massive immersive world. It's just the tech doesn't exist to do that. So everyone is really trying to figure out how to build with what is possible today. And when you go into RP1, we're trying to show that we've actually solved the technical challenge, that you can literally have 1 billion people roaming around a single, fully open world. And you can have a digital twin of our planet. You can have a digital twin of our solar system. And then you have unlimited land where anyone can say, I need a piece of land to build a t-shirt shop or a bowling alley or, whatever you want to build. The cool thing is you don't have to rely on us to build it. And you don't have to rely on us to build the tools either. If you all of a sudden wake up and say, I want to be the WordPress of RP1, you could have 100 different people become the WordPress of RP1. To me, that is extensible architecture where everyone can participate without putting rules or limits on what you can do. There are no rules on the internet. And you can own your own space. I don't need to get permission from every single person in a DAO or no DAO to be able to create something that I want to share with the world. And really, the reason why people are so passionate about this space, which is really special, is people are longing for this ownership. They're longing for the ability for my creation to be consumed by more people. But the problem is, we're actually our own worst enemy. Because if I create something on one platform and it has no use case outside of that, then I have less value for what I just created. And so the whole purpose is if everyone does come together to build the next immersive internet, the things I build have more value because there's more people participating. And right now, the reason why people are not participating is there's major stakeholder problems. It's hard to build. It's hard to program. It's expensive. It's not from any device. These are check boxes that have to be solved. And if they're not solved, you're still going to run into the same problems. And when you solve those issues, then you have one baseline where everyone can participate. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's not based on one single, blockchain or cryptocurrency. In fact, I believe that any cryptocurrency should be a part of the system, and it's up to the landowner and the people to determine what they want to use. No different than look at PayPal or Venmo or Zelle or all these things. You have all these different technologies, and it's up to the people to say who's going to want to create a new Venmo account and create this and create this. Well, it's an open ecosystem. It's an open marketplace. Let the supply and demand decide what people want or don't want, and people will easily be able to switch with different payment solutions. And you can't force a community into one thing. I think you have to drive choice and marketplace and let things organically grow, and that's when you're going to see the power of the immersive internet kind of come about.
Do you have Oculus, Sinful? Because if you do, I recommend you taking a tour before you interview him too.
I do not have Oculus.
Well, can I tell him in a month or two, Sean?
Yeah, look. We're fully we're fully open and transparent. We're actually coming out with a white paper that's going to describe all these problems, and we're going to share that with the entire world. We're actually going to GDC, which is the Game Developer Conference, next week. We put out a 3-pager, which if you go on my LinkedIn or on my Twitter, you can easily see some of the messaging around RP1 platform. And again, we're not trying to be a Decentraland. I want to be super clear. We're a layer under that. It's kind of hard to comprehend that just because of the when you're showcasing technology, it's like, hey, that looks and smells like this, when we're really trying to showcase what's possible with the technology and let other platforms and other things grow organically on top of that technology. We're trying to solve, how do you reroute data globally in real time? How can someone in Japan instantly go into a t-shirt shop built by Tuda and instantly share that with One Existence and Sinful all at the same time from any device? Right? That you can literally pull out a mobile phone and instantly be somewhere. I can easily go through a desktop, or if I really want the full immersive experience, I can pull out my Oculus or any other VR headset and instantly go in world and communicate with people that are not on an Oculus. Again, it should be device agnostic, and so you should have that freedom. I believe eventually more and more people will use the problem is there's not much to do in the so-called quote unquote metaverse. when there's more content and more games and things to do in universities, and everyone figures out where to play and create their stuff, it's going to explode. It's no doubt. It's just the problem is no one knows. I call it the stakeholder problem. No one knows where to build, so companies don't know where to go because they're like, well, if I create my place in Roblox, I'm limited to just Roblox users, and that's kind of more of like a game-like thing, and I'm more of a store, you know what I mean? And then it's like, well, where do I build that? And then the programmers are like, well, which one do I learn? Do I learn Lua from Roblox? Do I go learn HTML or JavaScript? Like, how do I program into this, right? And then the consumers are like, where do I go? Like, imagine if you had 1,000 internets that are all based on 1,000 different technologies. Which internet will we use? Well, luckily we don't have that problem, right? There's one internet, one standard and protocol. We open up a browser and it just works, right? Like, it's not, I don't have to learn a lot to be able to communicate and start interacting on these websites. That's why it's so powerful. You have to have those same feature sets when you move to 3D immersive experiences. And if it's all about just getting rich fast and that's your business model, that's not going to solve the technical problems of making that ecosystem work. And that's the importance. And I think those are some things that you guys are all discussing is why does the ecosystem not work? Why am I not able to participate? Why am I reliant on a DAO to vote and we're not getting stuff done? Well, if you had standards and protocols that already existed that were open, then you wouldn't have to rely on a team. Individuals can start building and monetizing and making money. Individuals can become the WordPress and become a multimillionaire overnight. You can build multiple avatar systems. Why isn't there not an open avatar system where if I don't like the avatar system of Decentraland, I can create a second one and let consumers say, like Canessa will come in and say, you know what, I don't like my avatar, but man, One Existence just made this new avatar system. I love this. I'm just going to buy one of those and pay him $1 or $100 or whatever One Existence wants to charge. Now you're creating a way for all of us to make money and participate and have a thriving community. That's how you jumpstart what I think people want. The problem is we're stuck in the weeds right now, right? And technology will help, solve those problems.
I love that you've come in here the past few weeks and just shared your knowledge and expertise, and refraining from talking about RP1, but I'm glad you get a chance to talk about it today. And make sure then you stop by and see Canessa. Decentraland will be having a setup there at the game in San Francisco. So,
Canessa, will you'll be up at GDC?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Oh, cool.
So
I definitely will I'll have to meet you.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be fun. Are you gonna get to some of the panel discussions?
I'm gonna try. My schedule is pretty crazy. We're funny enough. As our messaging is getting out, we have a lot of the top companies are wanting to be building blocks on top of what we're doing because we're really solving a problem that no one on the planet has solved for. And so right now we have lots of meetings with some of the gaming because again we're not looking to. A lot of people are saying, well, aren't you going to compete with Unity? And I'm like, well, we're not trying to. Yes, we're going to keep building, but Unity tools won't work on what I believe the future of the metaverse is going to look like. It has to be new, different tools. We actually want Unity to redo their, not redo, but have a new channel of business to actually bring their expertise in tool making onto RP1 or anybody again. So we're meeting with lots of great companies that are starting to see the value. I think we're going to have an open demo at AWE, which is coming up in June. And this is where anyone on the planet, forget about talking. Like right now I can do a demo. I can get you guys in. I can put a link in your Oculus or your VR headset and you can instantly be in world with me. I'm kidding you. No setup, no downloads, no, I got to go create something and do this. All of us could be instantly in a world that is bigger than planet Earth. And we can instantly start communicating with each other. That is simple. That's already solved. The goal is now to make that from any device, right? And we did that VR only just because I think it gives you and it makes it easy for everyone to communicate and kind of share the vision, if you will. But our goal at AWE is to be from any device. So you'll be able to come on with a mobile device, you'll be able to come with a desktop and VR headset and be able to interact with each other. The feature sets are going to be quite crazy, but we're still a team of only 12. And hopefully we can hand off the baton to other people out in the world that want to help create all these different building blocks that will solve the problems that we're discussing in this group chat. It's not about RP1 becoming the next meta. We're just trying to introduce technologies that bring us together. And then hopefully people will raise their hand saying, hey, we want to build this. And I would love to work with the Decentraland team because I believe that Decentraland can replicate their holistic idea and we solve their technology problems. But now you can actually create a true Decentraland But the cool thing is when I'm in Decentraland and I have my friends and my avatar and all this, I may want a different avatar to go over to Roblox and play with my son because Roblox has different gaming features. And when I'm done with Roblox, I'm going to go to my job and go into a conference room and instantly be connected with 10 of my colleagues or 100 of my colleagues, whatever it is, and interact with them. And then what if I'm going to take a class, 10 p.m. tonight, at Harvard University that's doing an online class? I'll be able to instantly teleport to that classroom. There'll be a door lock and key system that allows me, I have to sign up and pay or whatever that, marketplace looks like. And I just walk right into the classroom and now I'm connected with 9 other people and I've never left the ecosystem. That's the promise of the metaverse. When that happens, that's when we know we have the future iteration of the internet. It's just hard to describe. It's like me trying to describe the internet before it was born, right? You can kind of shake your head. You can kind of say that makes sense. But until you open up a browser and seamlessly go between a couple of websites, then the light bulb goes off. And so we're hopeful that our open demo will show the possibilities. And then we eventually, partner and not even partner, because it's not like you need, RP1's permission. It's more like go in and start building tools. If you want no code Canva-like tools, here's the SDKs, here's the things, start building them, and people will have access to that. And you can monetize it how you want. It's not like you need to have a partnership with RP1 or a promise or all this. It has to be fully open standards and protocols for this to work, in my opinion. But but yeah, you guys are all welcome. Anytime you guys want, feel free to reach to me. Right now it's VR only. I think that's the best way to see it right now. But in June timeframe, it will be any device. And you won't even need to reach out to me. You'll be able to just go to, we have a brand new website that literally be one button and you instantly go in world from any device. And I think that makes the stakeholder problem go away. And so it'll be fun. But yeah, you're always welcome, Sinful. And Kanessa, I can't wait to meet you in person.
And we can get you, if you want to put a link up to your Discord or something, Sean, so they can contact you, or if anybody forgets or misses out on it, you're welcome to ask me and I can get you.
Yeah, just go to RP. The good thing is we have a 3-character website, rp1.com, right? So you can go there. There's a link for Discord. We do have a brand new website coming out that's going to be just really special because it's really streamlining our technology, and you'll be able to go in and add friends. Imagine being able to have like a chat feature like on your website, but I can instantly go in world with any friend that I've ever made, right? So all of a sudden I'm like, hey, One Existence, where are you at? And I just go click a button and I can instantly teleport wherever One Existence is. And then if all of a sudden friends want to ping me, I can interact with the real world and the digital world. You're basically building tools that allow all these to coincide with each other. And it's going to be exciting. And so it's if you're ever welcome, just reach out to me if you have a VR headset. And if not, June, you'll be able to get in there. But it's I think once you get inside there, it's like, wow, this is the first time you actually have one single open world that I can roam around anywhere. And to me, that's going to bring people together. At least I think so. Maybe other people are sharing the same vision.
And some of the things that you brought up, it made me think about like the scarcity, because obviously like Decentraland started with 90,000 parcels. If you were able to get in, early, you were able to accumulate a lot more. Now it's much harder for people to get in. But I think that and I was the grouchy old lady with the garden hose, with the cigarette in her mouth, like mad that DCL Worlds came out, and then all you had to do is buy a name. For around $50, you'd be able to buy your whole new world. Like I was opposed to it, and I have like since seen the light. And so I feel like some of what you were saying was about like accessibility to everybody. DCL Worlds, I think now I realize like it really gives people that, and it's going to give more and more people the ability to come in and start building. And then on that note, like giving them the tools to build, I dropped into In-World Builder this week, and Rustan, thank you. Rustan was kind enough to take the time and just, I could have figured it out on my own, but obviously, if you have a tour guide showing you a few of the things, it just works a lot faster. And I was able to make like a little world on my name, Mewnessa. I made a giant pirate beaver because why not? So just going through that process of seeing how building worked, how easy it was. Like I'm used to the drag and drop builder. I'm not a SDK coder. I don't know code. I tried. My brain says no. It's like learning another language. Doesn't want to do it. So this was like a little bit more advanced than the drag and drop, but not complex coding. I think a 10-year-old could figure it out. And that I don't know. For me, I feel like that is breaking down the barrier of at least getting in and like understanding how to build a scene. Because if you're going through the traditional builder and you hit a roadblock, you know, you're left to go to the Decentraland Discord and go put out a help desk ticket. And I think we all kind of know, the hit and miss with getting help that way. Yeah, exists. I see your thumbs down, bro. I know. So I like, the nice thing about the in-world builder is that I can bug the people that are building it and be like, hey guys, like, why doesn't this work? So I think that, like, making it easier for people to build that aren't traditional, techie people, like our friend who's a DJ, like, he wants to be a DJ, he does not want to be a builder. He told us that when he was trying to get his build. Like, I don't want to be a builder. I'm never going to be a computer coder, builder, 3D modeler. That, like, I want music. I want to be a DJ. And it lets the DJs be the DJs. It lets the party people be the party people. It lets the art galleries, be the art curators. And you don't have to have, like, deep intrinsic knowledge of all that. And I feel like that to like move forward, I don't know, it was nice just to, like, see it with my own eyes and see, like, okay, this is probably the future of how it's going to go with, like, not foundation driven programs to help you build. Like, it's almost got to be done through these smaller, and I'm starting to call them, like, indie studios, because as we started the space, and I think nobody was here, I posed the question, like, our grantees that are making games, are those, like, can we call them indie studios? Because I feel like they are. So I feel like Last Slice is an indie studio that, I don't know, it just kind of, like, makes me frame the way I think about them in a different mindset of, like, let's help our studios build and get as many of our friends, building also. So again, thanks for Stone. He's not here, but he did a lot to help me just kind of figure it out.
Vanessa, you actually touched upon a really important point, and I think I think programmability, the term, is really generalized, but I almost reference it to almost like the device driver problem of the metaverse. And so a lot of people are like, why is the metaverse so boring? It's because, like, you have this box and you throw some pictures up on the wall, and hey, guess what? Come in and look at the pictures I just made. And then there's the programmability where, like, a gaming studio can get in and spend, a year, 2 years, 3 years, go raise some capital, get a big team, figure out how to build a game and deploy it. I think for the metaverse to be successful is that we need to be able to build what I call services. And really what that means is the ability that I can tie in my own service that I've built, and someone can subscribe to that with a click of a button. And so I'll give you a great example. Imagine I'm on Decentraland and I want, like, an NPC character. Well, I can wait on Decentraland to build that feature. Or what if a third-party company can go build a NPC character company, like a software, tie it into Decentraland or any other place, and I can just subscribe to that NPC character that's being ran by a separate company, separate servers, that now all of a sudden I can drop an NPC in my store simply. And so
I think we've got that. I think with Doki's Pick and Mix, Doki did a grant and she made, I don't know how many, like 800 different assets that you could use to put together.
And the in-world builder actually also does that now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I think that honestly, Decentraland's main issue is a lot of UX UI issues, and I do think, like, people like Lastrom are really kind of pioneering fixing, because, like, I think that a lot of the things you're saying it can't do, or you maybe don't think it can do, like, it can do those things. It's just, there are still technical hurdles to get there, for sure, don't get me wrong, but, like, you don't need the foundation to do them for you. You don't need a DAO grant to do them per se. Now, it is obviously easier if, obviously someone like, the Last Slice is going to be, it's easier for them to do it and get a team to do it when they get a grant to help fund them to do it. But technically, anyone can implement these things you're talking about. And Mies can speak more directly to it since he's, on that team.
Hello, thank you so much for having me up. I heard in-world builder, so I had to hop up, and I just wanted to
because you guys, we can make NPCs now, right? Like, I saw Lastrom do it. It's like drag and drop. It's super easy. Like, it's put a couple links into the store. It was pretty sweet.
It's super easy. So you can choose the hair color, skin color, It uses RGB colors, so you can just look up RGB colors online, figure out which colors you want for those, and then go to the marketplace for Decentraland. You grab that link, you just literally copy paste the link in, and then you can add the wearables to the NPCs, and you're good to go. We're working on a few additional integrations as well beyond that. We just added dialogues as well, so dialogues are now available within our in-world builder to be added to NPCs. And then further integration down the line, we're going to be adding different options for people to be able to click for different either dialogue sets or maybe attaching to quests or things like that. And before I don't want to go on for too long, but I do want to mention we did start our second build competition yesterday. So I'll be sharing something shortly with you all for that. And we want to invite everyone here to come participate. And I'm happy to walk anyone through our tool set at any point in time for a one-on-one session. Feel free to reach out to me on Discord or Twitter. And our team building competition, just so you know, lasts for 2 weeks. We have 600 mana prizes. First place team, there's teams of 2 to 4 people. It's going to be 300 mana for first place, 200 mana for second place, and then 100 mana for third place. And then anyone who participates as well is going to get one of our wearables. So we have an awesome robot wearable that we're going to be giving out just as a thank you for everyone who participates. In addition to that, Art Week is coming up, and it's already a little too late, unfortunately, to go through the official channels with Decentraland, but we've decided to go a little above and beyond, with our project and try to show things off and enable creators within Decentraland. And so what we've done is we've secured a 1x1 within the Art Week and the Mesh Art Fair with our in-world builder, and we're going to be deploying NPCs for people who want to still participate, even though the timeline has gone beyond. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an NPC that's going to be your avatar, and it's going to point people and send them with a direct link to a world that you can create within our in-world builder if you have a name. And so we're working with artists right now and so the Mesh Art Fair, just so you know, and the Decentraland Art Week, you get a 1x1 for Mesh. That's what they give you. Now we are having people build on 2x2s. So not only do you not have to, go through those direct channels for Decentraland to do so, but you're going to get about 4 times as much space. So you're going to get 4 parcels instead of 1. And, like I said, we're working with people. We've already got about 4 different artists at least on board right now that I'm aware of. And we're happy to get everyone set up, for this opportunity. Number one, not only to use the builder, but also to get additional exposure for themselves. So I just wanted to invite everyone, number one, for our competition, and 2, to help participate in Art Week. So sorry, I just wanted to get that plug in there since we were on the subject.
Mies, what are the coordinates in where you go to apply for that? Because I was meaning to go get there yesterday, because I would like to maybe be a part of this one, since I couldn't for the mental wellness week, wellness week, or whatever. But where do I go to enter and sign up for being one of those to participate?
Yeah, let me give me a few minutes, and I'll work on getting you. I'll send you that address, and maybe I'll post it in here. Sorry, I've just been so busy, kind of getting organized for our competition here, and just was finishing up making some food. So I'll get that to you in just a moment. I'm away from my computer at this second.
No problem. Thank you. And since I have you here, I'm going to be that person, because I was the first one to get an opportunity to work on it by myself. And one of the things I had an issue with still is I entered the building contest, and as soon as I started encountering this issue again, I couldn't deal with it. When you select an item, its location is very inconvenient. It's like between your avatar's legs, or it's just, I don't know.
Have you used it recently? Because I also was hating on it when it's for early iterations, but it does feel like they've kind of worked out a lot of the kinks.
It was the last time I used it was I entered the first builder contest, and I tried and worked with it for a little bit, and I just said enough.
Yeah. So first off, I just want to thank you for being a part of our first build competition. You know, we started the competition. We were about, I think, 4.5 months into our project. It was a 6-month project, and so, you know, we were still iterating and building and working out the bugs for our tool set. And, you know, now we're about 6 months in, and we update pretty much almost every day, just to give you an idea. So a lot has changed, even in just the last 2 weeks. Even in the last 4 days, a lot has changed as well. So we have a lot more options now for you to either add objects or duplicate objects. And we also have implemented a snap to grid feature tool, which is incredible. So that is going to help place objects more easily on the ground at 0 vertical height. That's going to help position objects in a rotation of like 90 degrees. That's going to be at numbers that end in a 0 and not in a 0.15 or whatever, you know, crazy decimal. And so there's been a lot that has changed in the last few weeks. And so once again, you know, I'm sorry, it sounds like we didn't, you know, really, when we were doing our first build competition, it was really also to help us prepare and finalize our tool set and do some ways of testing that we were unable to do in other means. And so, you know, that's why we had an individual competition. That's why we had no custom assets. That's why we had a lot of just different restrictions and limitations so that we could get things figured out. And so we do feel like we have gotten all those worked out. And, you know, I've been working relentlessly 70 plus hours a week around the clock to get rid of, you know, any of the bugs that we had that were causing these issues, and to make the user experience just so much more robust. And so we've added a ton of features and tool sets, and just really to make it easy and more fun to build. And, you know, I'll tell you, like, I participated myself in the first build competition. Even with those issues, you know, I was able to build in 4.5 hours. It was like 4 hours. And that was with, I was able to build on a 2x2 and build it out completely with like 130 assets. And that was with me going through the assets and learning them and choosing which theme I wanted to go with. And 1 hour of that 4 hours, which is 25% of my time, was actually just optimizing and removing some assets and then adding some others, and then just really going to all the small details of placing them. Now, I'll tell you that since then, it's become so much easier. I probably would have been able to do that probably at least 20% faster minimum, just with the current tool set that we have. So we've definitely increased the stability and the robustness of it. And I really, you know, would love for you to come back out and check it out again, because it is ready for prime time now. And, you know, we finished our grant. And so I just want you to know that, you know, really it took about 5.5 to 6 months to get things going, but we got there, and we have all these things implemented that we've wanted to do. So, and that, just like I said, we've been adding things every single day. And the snap to grid was the toughest to do, unfortunately. You know, we wanted to have it done weeks ago, but we had some issues with the 90 degree and getting it to work properly. And so we finally did, and we just implemented that like literally like 2 days ago. So that has finally been added, and it's been incredible to work with. I was playing with it last night. And yeah, so you know, I'm more than happy to walk you through myself one-on-one, you know, inside of Discord or whatever it is, and voice chat and or video and whatever it is, to get you all set up. And like I said, you know, for our team building competition, you know, it's live real-time building. You can build with other people. And I was building with Lastrom yesterday, just randomly designing things for a scene during our live stream, and it was pretty awesome. So I'm just really excited to see, you know, what creativity you all have as groups and teams, and you know, what you all are bringing to the table, because there's so much that is possible out there. And, you know, we are trying to make it more accessible through our tool for everyone in Decentraland to build, to enable people and creators. That was my inspiration myself, was because I'm not a coder, I'm not a 3D artist, and I wanted to be able to do all these things and create these scenes, and I really wasn't able to in Decentraland, but I am now. And so, I'm also participating in Art Week. I'm building like a 6-floor building. Each floor is going to be themes, and it's going to be kind of similar to what I had as far as my gallery in Etheria, which literally took me hundreds of hours with the original builder to learn the builder, to go through all the bugs that they had. There's one point to where I literally couldn't build an add to my scene because there was one of the objects was messed up, and I literally had to go trial by error to try and delete objects one by one and then reload and see if that fixed the issue. And it didn't most of the time. And then I got so frustrated that I had to revert back to a previous save. And, all of that time was just dozens and dozens of hours that I lost. And I can tell you that, I really don't want to use the regular builder almost ever again. I can't. And so it's just not efficient. It's not enjoyable. I was trying to place text the other day. I went to go use it, and just different things and seeing the perspectives, and it just wasn't there for me. So for me, maybe I've been spoiled. I've played other MMORPGs where you can build in your own house to do all that kind of stuff. But for me, like in-world is where it's at, and that's where I just don't want to do third-party websites. I don't want to go download 2 or 3 programs. I don't want to go do all those things. So that's just my personal preference, and that's kind of like my driver personally, and probably a lot of our team's drivers as well, because we want to make building and being in Decentraland, not only social but having it in Decentraland and not somewhere else. So that's really our main objectives.
Well, if you're available today, I would definitely take you up on that offer. I will probably be your most toughest critic. Yeah. But yeah,
is it raining over there?
What's that?
Is it raining over there? I'd love to.
No, he's 100% making.
No, it's sausage sizzling.
Okay. I'm starving, man. Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna.
Yeah, go eat.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send you a message with where you can get signed up for the Art Week, and I'm also, we'll connect, and I'm available all day, so we'll connect. I'll take you through one-on-one, and anyone else here, like I said, I will take any of you one-on-one through Discord sessions, video, whatever it is you need for guidance to get started with our tool set. And like I said, our team building competition is 2 to 4 people. We've got mana prizes, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So you can build with people real time, your friends. So
there's also someone you guys should connect with, and I mentioned it to them because evidently, and I wish I would have known this a long time ago, is someone who has been creating furniture and such for free use inside of Decentraland.
Well, there is. Okay, sorry.
I only came across them because evidently their POI got removed, and they were saying that they've been, actively doing this. Unfortunately, if it's what I thought it was, I've gone to check it out and couldn't find anything had been being done. But I've been to their website since they posted this, and it looks like they got some pretty cool furniture. And I mentioned it to them to get with you guys the last slice, because this could be a great thing to integrate into the world builder as well.
Totally. And something I want to share for those who may not know yet, I keep up or try to keep up with everything with the DAO and the foundation and their shape up cycles. And so what I noticed something new the other day on their latest shape up cycle. So they do like 6-week cycles. They're called shape ups. And what I saw there's they added something new. And so what they added was they're doing research. And so they are currently doing research during the shape up cycle for adding new things to the Decentraland marketplace. And so it sounds like from what I'd read is that users will be able to sell 2D and 3D assets that are not wearables in the marketplace. Now, I don't know when that this will happen, but my thoughts are is that, if they're able to do it, maybe they get their research done this cycle. Maybe it takes another couple cycles, I don't know, to get that done. So maybe that's 3 months out or 3.5 months out. But I just want to make people aware of that. That was something that myself and a few others have been talking about, that Decentraland needs for a very long time, and we were almost considering proposing a grant for that. So I'm really happy that the foundation has listened, and it seems like that they are getting better, maybe at understanding what the community wants and needs. Maybe it was just the pressure from Nifty Island, I don't know, but I'm just very thankful that that is coming out there. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of that as well.
And that's awesome. And it's also funny because I did a poll on this exact thing, and it got turned down. But I felt it should be something available for creators to create this stuff that people can actually buy and use inside of Decentraland, not just wearables. But
I think the hard part with that is if you're buying and selling the GLBs, like it's different than an NFT wearable. Like if I sell you a GLB of a couch, then you can just take that and like share it with anybody. I don't know. I mean, that's not the
you
only
still can. But there's ways still. That
Well,
you
yeah,
can
but
do
you could share the GLB of a wearable without buying it in the first place. So that's
but I think there's
irrelevant
yeah.
point.
Yeah.
So an invalid counterpoint to what you were saying is all I'm saying.
True.
But anyway, the reason I brought up the in-world builder originally was because our lovely friend Sean was kind of talking about profitability and like what is necessary to kind of make money. And like I think Decentraland has all the tools needed to make money. The issue here, and I think it's the issue across any air quotes metaverse project, is DAU. Because like at the core of it, it's just about having enough people to spend money. Because like in any game, like only 2% of people ever go on to spend money, and of those 2%, only a small fraction ever spends more than $5. So the thing that the only thing that's ever going to make like $1 million businesses like a reality for like the individual user is when we have like DAUs in the tens to even hundreds of millions of people. Because like when it's just then there's only 1,000 of us, there's just there just isn't enough of people bringing enough capital for anyone to have businesses. So that was like I didn't mean to open up the gate to Mies to give us the full speech, even though it's always lovely to hear his voice. Those last slicers, they give some good presentations. They have lovely speaking voices. But I think at the core of it is like we just need onboarding and like ease of access. So like it sounds cool that their platform is going to be a one-click website kind of thing, which Decentraland sort of had for a while, even though variable degrees of usability and whatnot. But I think at the end of the day, it's users that are going to make anything profitable. Because like Decentraland, you can absolutely open up a t-shirt shop in Decentraland if you wanted to. Like there's the technology, like you can use cryptocurrencies across across Web3 in Decentraland at the moment. That tech does exist. It's just a matter of having like enough people who actually care and want to kind of spend the money on it. But I think May raised his hand politely when he got up here. So
we can rebuild him. We have the technology.
The question is, does Make still have cell phone service because he's on his walk? He probably lost it since.
Make.
Well, hello, Decentraland family. Mace, first and foremost, I watched your presentation yesterday. It was fantastic, really exciting. And I hope that I can join up and maybe Existence and I can work together. That'd be fun. I have a few questions and some updates. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Drip and Rustan. It seems like for the most part, a Kid Called Beast heads and balaclavas are finished, which is incredible. And honestly, it is 100% due to the AKCB team first, and then Dr. Drip and Rustan teaming up together to make this possible. So we've got runway still. We're still trying to bring in the fam. I've got calls out to delegate cash. I'm really hoping for a solution there, and then hopefully we could get cooking on the next thing. we're going to see what happens next. Other than that, I had some questions actually about World Builder. Um, Last week, I went to try and, decide if I wanted to build a new home in World Builder. And it seems like all the assets from World Builder are from the season 6 or whatever, not the latest software. And if anybody had any ideas about that, because I still want to build a little place in Worlds.
Bro, Misa's literally right here. I think he might be able to help you get into like the in-world builder, which is like the newest thing that Last Slice has been working on. Misa, are you still there?
Yeah, let him eat, but well, I'll share, make. We can get with Meese together.
Yeah. Like we can totally get together, the two of you, and we can build in real time. And if you all are willing or able to, like hop in a Discord, we can go to Last Slice Discord or somewhere else. And I'm more than happy to join you all, share with other people. We can share screens. I can share screens, and walk you through the process and get you all started. But my thing is with the builder. So there's a couple different things. One, if you use the in-world builder, you can export your scene. Now the thing is that if you do that, with the current builder for Decentraland, you still have to upload. You still have to use the SDK in order, and then upload that zip file in there and use coding to be able to make that possible. So, that's the unfortunate part right now for getting things in world to like Genesis or wherever else it is it may be, is that SDK process is still there. And so, myself, I don't really enjoy doing that even for myself. I'm just choosing to leave my 3x1 at this point for where I completed it like 2 years ago in Decentraland. And, I'm still like limited to my 3x1 in Etheria, which is great. But for me, I've already built out a 3x1. And so my personal desire and what I want to do is build on way more than that. And so with the in-world builder, if you have a name, you can really build out like 2,400 parcels in your own world and have that link available to share with anybody. And you can even build not just one scene, but you can build many scenes, and you can have your own projects with other people to where they could be given admin privileges, and they can build with you and in just one scene or two scenes if you're working on certain projects with people. Or maybe you're working on a secret project yourself and you don't want other people to see it yet, and so you can have it so it's private, so only you can see that one scene that you're working on. So these are just all different options that we currently have available with the in-world builder. Like I said again, though, unfortunately, like with SDK 6 or SDK 7, and bringing things into world for Decentraland, the process right now is still requires coding. But there is a way, if for people who want to use coding, who want to export scenes from the in-world builder, to do so.
So just really quick, existence. So, but currently in Worlds, just like, so now what I thought was amazing is they have like all these houses and these different, things you could add, but it seems like all of them are still in SDK 6. Is there anything, is that part of what you're doing?
Are you talking about the Decentraland web builder, make? Because
so if you go into worlds, like if you were going to build your own world right now, I was literally like, okay, I'm going to go build a world in Worlds last week, right? And I went to go do it, and it seems like all the houses and all the things for Worlds are currently still in SDK 6. That's what I'm asking.
So at this point, I'm just going to just advise like Kaka, put that down, because like what with Mies, like getting together with Mies is gonna be kind of like an application that's gonna be way better and a lot easier to use and and stuff like that.
And I think there should be a clarification, just because this confused me at first. Because we always would talk about in-world being in Decentraland specifically. The in-world builder is for Decentraland world specifically. So when they say the in-world builder, it's a Decentraland world. It's not in-world Decentraland, if that makes sense.
And then to take that one step deeper, it's in Last Slice's world. Is that correct, Mies?
Yes. So we have what's called our builder world. And what we did was we actually recently added. So number one, we have a custom server. So we wanted to do more than just what a regular world enables, or as far as a DCL worlds. And we had some limitations that we were not able to get around unless we pretty much had our own private server, our own custom server. So we have a custom server, but what we did last week, we kind of have a hub that's available if anyone who's just in world, if you go to like worlds and you go to through the discover menu, and then you'll see we're actually we should be on the first line there. And then we have an image that says build your world. And so people can use that in case you don't have easy access to our link. I would recommend saving the link if you're able to within the browser, or just even favoriting this build your world within the worlds. And what this will do is if you go into the worlds for our DCL world, which uses our builder world name, then it'll teleport you. We have an NPC there. You just talk to them. It'll teleport you to where our custom server is. And that's where you can begin building. So unfortunately, we're working on making this process. We're trying to work on making it a little smoother, make it better to get to where we are for discoverability. But we are still dealing with some of the limitations on Decentraland's end as far as new people finding us and not using direct links or anything like that. And so we do have our builder world for Decentraland, and we have our own custom server as well. So I'm more than happy to share with you all the links for that, and I'll have a post here shortly that we can share to everyone, just to hop in directly to where they can start building and sign up immediately for our competition, or start building for themselves if they would like. But I did post in the CBD Discord. It should have a direct link in there as well earlier today, about 20 or 30 minutes ago, and it says hop in and start building. And so that's the link that is the direct link to get in, to start building, to sign up. The UI is right there for the build competition.
Thanks, Mies.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say. But yeah, thank you, Mick, for coming up. I don't know if you're still interested in that, but then I mean, as far as like back to everything with what was it, the web builder? If you still wanted to try it, I mean, I guess like the best option would be to go SDK 7, even though like it's not like not all the assets may be there, or whatever the situation may be. But I mean, it all depends on if you're just trying to do something simple. If not, I mean, then going into the whole Blender route, and then deploying it through SDK and learning that process would be the something that interests you. Not sure. Go ahead.
So I was just for clarification for the noobs out there, such as my building noobs. So, Mies, your server is basically a private server. It's not DCL Worlds or Builder. It is a third space. So currently, Worlds needs an update for the assets, right? Is that kind of what?
Can you clarify what you mean as far as world needs?
So right now, right, we have Decentraland itself, where we all run around. Then there is Decentraland Worlds, where if you have a name, you could build, and they have some assets and stuff you could use. And then you guys are on a private version of Worlds?
Yes. And so to give you an idea, our builder tool, it uses about 700 megabytes currently of just space for the tool itself. And that does not include all of the builds or anything else that's available. And so within our server world for the in-world builder, everyone also has, just like you have your name, anyone who has a name in Decentraland, you can create your own world in Decentraland Worlds. Well, just like you can do that there, you also get your own world within our server. And so you can create your own worlds within our server that is going to have a lot less limitations for you. And so we enable things, we have things to where, maybe you just want to have builds that live in that world and that you will never deploy to Genesis or somewhere in Decentraland. And so we have given users and creators the ability to get rid of those limitations to where you literally are no longer confined to the size restrictions of a build as far as the literal file size or the vertical height of a scene as well. And so those limitations can be removed or ignored in our worlds when you're building. And so those are just some of the minor things that people get in addition to all of our assets. We had there's over 2,000 something assets that have been created, added, uploaded that from our team. We had 1,800 plus 3D assets, and then like 250 audio assets as well for people to use. In addition to that, users get 50 megabytes of custom assets they can upload as well for their own scenes. So you can also upload your own custom assets and use them to build with.
So, So like, okay, so I know that at least in Make's situation, he wants to build his Decentraland home. So like with whatever he builds within in-world builder, is there like a version that he could export and place into his own world?
Yes. As far as so right now, with what we have in our tool set, and with the current limitations that Decentraland has, what we have is we have one way to export right now. So if you have a scene, you can build many scenes, you can build one scene. So what you can do is you can export a scene from our in-world builder, and it's a zip file. And so that zip file can be used through the SDK of Decentraland's builder to be used for Decentraland Prime, whether that's like Genesis, and I believe that can also be used for Worlds. I'm sorry, I'm not the best person from the technical aspect on how that can be done exactly. That's more of like the coding side. Once again, I don't even want to bother learning any of that myself because it's already, I'm done with it. And I never want to even deal with that ever again. Maybe they'll make it better in a few months. I don't know. But at this point in time, I've moved on, and I literally, for myself, I'm just going to have everyone's world, like every name that you have is a world within our builder and can be. And you literally can use a direct link for people to get there. And so, for me, if I wanted to have anything or share anything that I have, I'm just building my own world in there, and I'm not doing anything anywhere else anymore from my building perspective. So that's just my personal outlook and what I've chosen to do. But I spent hundreds of hours working with Decentraland's tool sets and just everything in general, and it was just it's not really the experience that I want to deal with. And even with some of the bugs that we had 2 months ago and that kind of stuff, it was way more enjoyable for me to even deal with those because I did the Q&A for that than going through Decentraland's builder. So that's on not even dealing with the coding perspective, which, just so you know, like the amount of coding changes that they've even had in the last 2 weeks just for different things it's been crazy. There's like 3 different things that they've had that have affected scenes that we've had to recode different things for. So that's just to kind of give you an idea of how much Decentraland is changing. And it's not stuff that's like directly improving anything per se. Yes, maybe in the long run, but like NPC, and dealing with avatars and their heights, they changed them. I don't know if anyone knows, from 0.88 to 0. So anything that deals with an avatar, we had to change all of that. That's just one thing. They also, once again, changed some of, I think it was the forwarding links and how what the addresses are for those. And so and some of these things are not even announced. We just literally have to log in and realize there's an issue and then go fix the issue.
Nice, nice. Let's see. So that is awesome. I Make did that kind of like answer
Yeah, no, and
any doubts about in-world builder you may had? Sorry, go ahead.
I think, I mean, listen, we all know kind of where the struggles lie and where the growth happens. I just want a clear path of what's going on for me and for builder, you know. Um, because I just want a home on Decentraland. I mean, I think, I got the condo, but the condo sometimes doesn't let everybody come visit. So I'm working on it. Me, so I'll take the ride with you anyway, just because I enjoy, following and just having fun in existence. I think it would be fun to build with you. So if you want to do that, I'm happy to do that with you. Um, on the second thing, if any devs are in here and have some thoughts about a middle layer for delegate cache, we're really at the end. I really hope now that, again, I'm going to say it to the top of the roofs, Drip, Rustan, thank you all so much. If I see you in here, Drip, so thank you. We're really close to being able to welcome in the beast. I mean, we've got the API build, we've got and we've got that middle layer to secure and make it safe for people to come in. If that gets achieved, hopefully we can welcome in a bunch of new people who will be excited to be there. But Mies, I'm in.
Yeah, you never know. You might be able to build a nice little home for Decentraland, and as things progress, get better, you can make it bigger and better.
So did. Oh, sorry.
Um, Go ahead.
I was
No,
just going
go
to
ahead.
ask
Go ahead.
Meek. So does Nifty Island have a connection with Delegate Cache? Then.
So they do, but it doesn't work great, actually. If I had to be honest, you could be seen through a delegate wallet. And this is going to be true anyway. And I don't think the ultimate solve is going to come from this. I think to finish this process so it's safe for beasts and everybody can come in, delegate cache will be a way where you could read it and come in, but you're not going to be able to send anybody wearables. They're hurdles. So right now in Nifty Island, yes, you can be seen, but you can't use that delegated wallet to receive any drops or anything else. So, I mean, we Kinessa had a fantastic meeting. We're working on solves. We're talking about it, but we're really hoping to use this as a platform for Decentraland to get better in one little piece for the safety and for the new reality of what Web3 is like, right? Like, at the end of the day, the beasts are still probably the most stolen asset that I know of. I've never been a part of a project where it seems more people get things taken, and I think that's largely because it's a lot of creators, and we're all looking for opportunities within um, that NFT project and we get hit up a lot. I mean, I literally ignore probably 50 messages a week that are probably socially engineered things, and I just wait for other people to do stuff just to protect myself. And generally speaking, I don't connect my ledger to absolutely anything. So I hope in time we will be able to delegate on Decentraland itself and say, hey, I'm this person, but I'm this person too. I think the other thing about that is, when I did get hacked, which was just what I like to call my metaverse wallet, right? When that wallet was compromised, I lost my entire identity on Decentraland, not just Decentraland, but Spatial, Hyperfi, you name it. Um, and I'd like the right to be remembered. Like, we should have options if something goes wrong that we could keep moving as a individual, right? So I think it's ultimately, I think to solve, you would hope would come from DCL, but I'm trying to solve it so we could welcome in a lot of people all together. I love ideas or thoughts. that would extend past delegate cash, because I don't think it's like the perfect solution. I think it would be pretty sad if we can't welcome in all these new people and throw wearables at them and make it fun. So in that sense, it's not a perfect solution, but it is one to keep people safe, and I think that's where we got to start.
We're lucky to have you, Make. We're lucky to have you. Yeah, always, continuing the fight, not giving up, and wanting to get the work done, find the solution.
It's taken everybody. It's taken Ganessa. It's taken. I'm telling you, as per usual, Rustan has absolutely been a rock drip coming in for the community and baking and doing work. I didn't do any of that. I'm lucky to have people who really believe in the stuff around us, just like we do right here. So I still feel like at the end of the day, having a wallet solution that lets us have an identity where we can have multiple wallets, like in the long term, I think that would be the solution for people to really enjoy the platform. I mean, I think it's worked. I mean, if anything, looking at Nifty, right, and saying, hey, here are the things good, here are the things bad, but they innovated. And having multiple wallets, being able to connect is like a safety mechanism for yourself.
Ooh, perfect moment to mention the Doki seasonal passes have been released last night. Anyone who's a Decentraland lover, this is your unsolicited shilling opportunity. I'd like to take these, every week. Make sure you guys don't forget Doki. If you don't know her, you should. She's great. A Decentraland. She's, I think, like a shining star of what, being a creator in Decentraland can give to someone. Like, she came to DCL after she dropped out of college and wasn't sure about herself, but she was loved to create. She brought us faces. She brought us hair. She's brought us so much more than just that. You cannot quantify Doki into just a capsule. She is a true enigma of a person. She is, absolutely multifaceted, fantastic. But she did release her newest collection of goodies for us all to enjoy. And I, for one, am excited because I missed out on last year's year-long pass. She did a whole year, and I didn't get it because I was broke as that. I was super broke last year. Very shameful. Didn't love it. Made some mistakes. Threw my TV career away to move back to Vermont to start some stuff that just didn't pan out. And my one regret was no money for Doki passes. But I got one. I got the seasonal one. She also has a year-long one, which is dope. It's a mythic face with the theme is celestial. The face is dope. It's pretty. I won't lie. It's a little pricey, but for a year worth of Doki stuff, it's absolutely gonna pay for itself. And I highly recommend anyone who wants to get in on some supporting cool artists who are doing cool things. Get a Doki pass. If you're trying to start a platform like some people here might be doing, if you were trying to get some Decentraland faithfuls over, a great way would be to try to lure Doki over to make some content for you, because she's made some of the only stuff I've paid for in Nifty Island. She's definitely she's a treat. She's a lovely person. You won't regret it. Supporting an artist is always only NFTs I've never regretted buying are ones that are supporting artists, where I didn't buy it to flip it for money. I made it because I was like, that money is gonna go make sure that artist can eat. So do that. Anyway, this has been your shilling from Jared, and I hope you all appreciate it.
That's right. It's more important that they eat than we eat. It is it's like a service that we're offering. You guys need to eat more than we do. So that's why I bought that Doki thing.
Absolutely. And then for the record, Doki would disagree. She would want us all to eat because she's humble and lovely and kind. So that's what makes you'll never regret it, because Doki's never gonna get so full of herself that she agrees, yeah, fuck right, I should eat more than you should. She'd be like, no, please guys. No.
Yeah, no.
But
yeah, she deserves it.
She's the nicest.
We should have competitions, put together the coolest outfit, but you can't include a Doki item, no Doki items, because everybody would be like, okay, got it, and then be like, no, dang,
oh my, because I swear to God, I wanted to do a fashion show that was that, but it was Mishi, Doki, Nikki, or Indianakis. I was like, you can't wear any of their stuff. nothing they've ever made, and then like they'd be the judges who, and all they would ever say is like,
Oh gosh.
actually, I did make that,
Yes,
thing.
yes. They'd be like,
That would be hilarious. Yes.
because it's like
Yes,
impossible.
like can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be absolutely impossible to come up with an outfit neither of them had ever made. I fully support this idea, but yeah, no,
I feel it sounds like a really fun like community like fashion week idea. Maybe someone should jot this down. Like definitely like have a fashion contest where you have well, like the top designers as judges, and you can't use their stuff, so it's like the judging really comes from like from like the top complimenting the rest of the creators basically.
yeah, and it's not to say that like the creators who aren't of the ones I mentioned aren't fantastic and amazing. It's just that like people like because people like Doki, Nishi, Nikki, all of them, like Yanakis, like they also just work for so many people that you'll think you're like, oh, okay, I'm fine. Like I've got some gold guy clothes, I've got some Jared stuff, like I'll be fine. None of this has been like, actually, nope, sorry, Yanakis and Doki made all of that. I apologize. Or Nikki also made some of my stuff, but yeah, it's just impossible to get away from them. They're prolific, and yeah, I highly recommend anyone trying to onboard the masses into a new metaverse should absolutely try to get some of that talent to like make wearables for them, just so they can be like, hey, listen, like I hear you like Doki, Nikki, Mishi, and Yanakis. Come on over. Mishi less. He abandoned us. I don't know what he's been doing for the last year. I still love Mishi. Just kidding. You should absolutely hire him for work. But like, he abandoned us for Cloud City, whatever that is. I look forward to finding out. But
my go-to is low poly models.
Oh, and I mean, absolutely. I honestly, I was told that I had to appreciate KJ from Nikki and Doki, because I was like, okay, guys, like I'm gonna make like the top 100 most important creators in the Decentraland list. Like I've got you guys here, and they're both just like, why is KJ? I believe she was on my list at the time. I wasn't so foolish as to not know who KJ was, but she's like, why is KJ below us? What's wrong with you? Like KJ's in my top 5. Why is she not in your top 5? I was like, oh, good point. I should definitely gotta fix my list.
Jared, if you want to have your weekly 1-minute shill moment, you must have KJ on your list.
Absolutely. I never released it because I realized because it was way too stressful to try to make a DCL top 100 list, even though I still think it's like a fundamentally good idea and like wouldn't, but it was so stressful and anxiety inducing I gave up. But I will say that KJ, I believe, was, if she wasn't in top 5, she was number 6. But she did make the top 10 because I was thoroughly shamed by my original top 10. They're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? This list is an absolute travesty. It doesn't have KJ on it. So 100% KJ belongs in anyone's DCL top 100, top 5.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I mean, fuck. So far, we've been going for 3 hours. I didn't even notice. It felt like we've been going on for like an hour and a half. We've had a few speakers. I see some new listeners. What up, Quan? What's up, old guy? Doki is in the building as well.
I didn't realize that when I started chilling Doki, and I did get the classic humble Doki DMs being like, what are you doing? Stop it. This is embarrassing.
You are embarrassing, Doki. Nah, that's awesome. Yeah, no, it was like perfect timing. I saw Doki like the heart pop up and her name pop up as soon as or a little bit after you started. I see Ade in the listeners. Good to see you, man. Hope you still making some fire music. Hope you keeping the dream alive. Kevin, I see Kevin as well, fellow beast. Welcome.
And I see that there was a question Scat asked in the comments, or this goes back to the world builder. Are we able to change our world once something is built on it? For instance, I upload a template I don't like, so I want to upload another one. Yeah, totally. I mean, I think you can build as many worlds as you have like names to tie it to. But definitely, it's trying to think of another way that this could be, that I could be wrong. But yeah, I think it's just like the regular builder. You can keep changing it. Well, I guess it's different than I hate the names. It's different than the traditional builder that I could make like 20 different scenes and just choose which one I deploy. To my knowledge, this one, the scene that you put on there is tied to that name. Like I put a giant beaver on Mew Nessa's name because who doesn't like to just go stand on a giant beaver? But I could put like a giant rhinoceros under like my Kanessa name and like do different things for different scenes. I didn't see a way that you could put like 20 different scenes and swap them out to one name. But yeah, again, the in-world builder people probably could help you. And that was one thing I was going to say is like with that project, and then like Make, you were talking about beasts, how they're so popular. And I think part of the popularity behind beasts and the power is like there's support and there's a community. Like it really is active. And the same thing that I think with the in-world builder that you're getting is the support. That at least if you have a question, why doesn't my scene work, you can go bug somebody. And I just feel like from my experience and just other people's experience and just what people have told us, like I think I heard it over and over again, it's just hard to get support with the Decentraland in Decentraland builder. Like if you have something that's not working on your scene, you go to the DCL Discord, you put in a help ticket. For mine, they've tried to help. It's just sometimes it's more complex and the solution maybe is like outside of my ability level, and that just gets frustrating. And I know I've talked to people who also have voiced the same thing, that like they're not coders and they need a little bit more guidance to get from point A to point B. So I think the support that comes with that, like that to me is the magic sauce. That I have some human with a name, I don't know if it's their real name, but like Mies, like last year, I can go bug them and be like, hey, why doesn't this work? And that I think will get people further than anything else. Or even just the people that aren't, with the project, like Rustan, well, he kind of is. But like I could bug people I know that have had success, and they can like show me.
Or you can bug Dr. Drip, the only wearable creator I didn't show a second ago, who also is part of the Last Slice and one of the most helpful people. Honestly, no one's like actual personality is more different than because like Dr. Drip, the brand, just feels like such a broy, douchey, like sagging kind of pants sagging kind of like you don't want to approach that guy vibe. But like Dr. Drip is literally one of the sweetest people you'll ever engage with. They're so nice. They're lovely. If you ever need help with something Last Slice related, I highly recommend having him walk you through it, because I've never gone faster from this doesn't work, Decentraland stupid, Last Slice is a scam, to oh okay, like of course it was, Decentraland did break it, but it's not the Last Slice's fault. And like he's such a calm presence. There's just no one. Such few people are just sweeter and more kind in the space than Dr. Drip. So it's like since I literally showed every other wearable creator in the room, it just feels absolutely unacceptable to once again for Dr. Drip to get looked over, because I feel like he always is. He's standing in the shadow of these giants when he is in fact standing right next to them, because all of the people we've mentioned, I think they all respect him as much as as we all should. So don't forget Dr. Drip if you ever need help. One of the kindest, one of the nicest, and not just in Decentraland. If whenever I eventually get over my phobia of learning about Bitcoin, I'm sure he'll help me learn about Ordendales too. So don't forget Dr. Drip whenever you need a hand, because he is just the sweetest, especially considering how unapproachable a name like Dr. Drip, because that just doesn't, maybe it's just me, but I just picture a guy who would have no time of day to help anyone with that drippy sweat.
What do you mean, Jared? The name Dr. Drip was the dopest name that ever hit my inbox back in the day when he was like, yo, my name's Dr. Drip. Here, I send you some wearables. You can give them out.
Don't get me wrong, the vibe is cool, but like cool and
just
helpful
slid in my
aren't necessarily the
DMs
same
and
thing.
swooned me.
Listen, no, the unquestionably Dr. Drip is the coolest. That's the coolest branding ever. Once DCL has 1 million users that span all walks of life, Dr. Drip will be rolling in the respect he deserves. But right now, you know, like it's too cool for all of us, the nerdy crowd that's still hanging out. Like, it's just, you know, it doesn't have that, you know, you just assume, you're like, that guy's got it together. Like, that dude's too cool. He doesn't need anyone's help. He doesn't need our, you know, he doesn't need support. You know, it's like, that's Dr. Drip. His swagger is unquestionable. But, you know, like, men need hugs too. You know, Dr. Drip needs to be told that he's, you know, that he's a baller and he is a badass. So, you know, since we were talking about people who can help you with last slice related problems, I'm confident that Dr. Drip is happy to help. And if he is too busy to help, he will be happy to, you know, point you in the direction of, you know, whatever member of the last slice isn't too busy in that moment to help you out, because he's very nice and very talented. His wearables are dope. Even if you can't find them with the search engine in Decentraland, no matter how hard you try, that's not his fault. Go check out his all his wearables if you can find them. If you can find them, that's on DCL right now. But I highly recommend. And honestly, his Alchemist jacket, those wearables, I think those are some of the, like, because I just recently I was just trying to I was like, oh man, you know, I want to get ready for the Metaverse Fashion Week 2024. I was like trying to like look for vibes of things that have just never been done in Decentraland, and I feel like, you know, like Dr. Dre, like that jacket is something I never would have thought of, and it's definitely like it meets that standard of like what's something that's just dope and unique in Decentraland. Because I was going through my jacket backpack, like what do I own, like that could inspire me to make cool, unique stuff, and like Dr. Drip has some of the coolest, most unique stuff that is still like, you know, functional clothing. Because like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, Nikki has probably some of the most unique stuff that is dope and like high-end fashion vibe, but it's not necessarily the kind of thing that I would like find myself in. Oh man, I'm gonna pull that out of my IRL closet and put on my, you know, my horned monster with huge hips. Even though like I love the artistry of it, it's not necessarily something I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I don't feel self-conscious wearing this. Whereas like Dr. Drip, I feel like he meets both, you know, like unique and something you might actually kind of be able to imagine yourself wearing in the real world. So it's you know. Anyway, I got a little ADHD on there. My apologies. Moral of the story is, though, Dr. Drip's great.
Yeah. The message after all, Dr. Drip is a legend, yes, indeed. I also see Blease down there. What up, Blease? Let's see.
I slept all weekend, or not all, yeah, all weekend and the last leading up to it just for you, Blease. I slept Thursday, Friday. I slept them away. I know that you'd want that.
Oh my God, I don't know what it was, but like last night, I went to the sleeping event, and then like after that, I just crashed. I crashed early yesterday and woke up at like 5 a.m. today. Like, what the fuck happened?
But because apparently I didn't know this, but I guess yesterday was like World Sleep Day, where the like whole thing is about just kind of talking about how like sleep is important. Because sleep's a weird thing, because like they always say like 8 hours, but that's not true. Like some people can like live off of 5 hours. There are like, you know, unicorns who can be productive on 4 hours of sleep. Then there's, you know, some people who can do 6. But like, you know, there are people who need 9 hours of sleep to live their best life. And like, if you don't get enough sleep, like that's, you know, that comes off on the like the back end of your life. So, you know, don't underestimate the importance of sleep. And I don't know, I'm starting a new job soon, so I was like, was looking to have lots of overtime and lots of like 6-day weeks. So I was like, I just better catch up on all my sleep now, so I don't have that sleep debt. But then I woke up to be like, oh man, I slept through the sleeping event. I wish I'd made it, because there was probably a dope wearable for all I know, knowing how events in Decentraland work. But yeah.
I mean, sounds like mission accomplished though. Like to sleep through the sleeping event. I know, yes, you missed the event, you missed supporting your friend, but the goal, you achieved the goal.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. You know, minimum, some regret, just because, you know, like you said, you want to be there to, you know, when people throw events, you want to support them. But yeah, I mean, I got that sleep in, which was, you know, clutch. It's nice to. I want to get a new bed, so that's one of the things I'm looking most forward to about refilling my coffers, is to be able to finally move up in with my friends who they've been the reason this hasn't worked out for the longest time. But then to just get a nice new like bed, man, I want a new bed so fucking bad. It's gonna be so good. One thing I read on Reddit that's always stuck with me is never skimp on anything that separates you from the ground. So like shoes, beds, like that's the one thing you should like not feel bad about like spending, you know, a healthy amount of money on. So I look forward to getting a nice new bed soon.
I wonder if helmet counts.
I would say helmet absolutely counts. Because, like, it doesn't spend... Ideally, it never has to separate you from the ground. But, man, when it does, you want to make sure you did not go too cheap. Fact.
You want to make sure you have a good helmet.
Absolutely. Never skimp on a helmet. Do you ride a motorcycle? I feel like...
No, I do not. I mean, totally would, but not at this point in time in my
Growing
life.
up, my mom and grandfather both always said, like, whenever a motorcycle came up, they're like, if you get a motorcycle, I'll just kill you now to spare myself the heartache of you, like, wrecking. And, like, I had a teacher who was like, there's two types of motorcycle riders, those who have wrecked and those who will wreck. So it was always like, I've been thoroughly scared straight on the idea of getting a motorcycle, but since you live in Florida, the only other thing I, like, associate helmets with is, like, snowboarding and skiing. Even though, obviously, technically you should get one for bikes, but...
Yeah. I mean, same, like with my parents telling me the same, but of course I never listen. But like, yeah, down here we have, I kind of like live in the middle of nowhere, so there's like dirt bikes everywhere and shit like that. People ride them all the time. I grew up with it.
Hell yeah, off-roaders are sweet. My family in Kansas had like three-wheelers, and those are exactly as dangerous as anything you've ever read about why they like banned three-wheelers are, because those things tip so easy. But fortunately, like soft grass is soft, so anyway, this is very, very far from the metaverse.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
You don't need helmets in the metaverse.
Kind
The
of.
metaverse has qualities.
I'm thinking. What do you think, Vanessa? Do you have any more topics you would like to cover today?
I think we covered a lot real fast right off the bat this morning. Like I feel like we definitely, took on some big topics, and yeah, I don't know. I'm just having fun. It's fun playing dress up in World, so I am currently a leprechaun.
What did I miss at the beginning? What were the first, hour and a half? What were the big topics? Anything, so what are the spark notes for those of us who got distracted?
Well, we started with coffee, of course. We explored Canessa's terrifying order when she was a barista. What was it called again, Canessa?
Well, a breve. The good part of it was that the woman wanted a breve but put in sugar-free flavoring because she had to fit into a wedding dress in 2 months. And if anybody doesn't know what a breve is, instead of making it with milk, you just use half and half. So instead of 10 grams of fat, you have 50 grams of fat. But she cut out the sugar, and so I was like, okay, and I had to ask her about it, and then she was like, here, taste it. Or I think I made my own, and it was really actually it's so good, but you're just ugh, it's the body cannot do that.
I've had no trouble putting on weight in the last few months. I'll be honest, I do not need to add half and half into my life, but
instead of I literally bought I bought a skin not in Decentraland, and I was like, hey, I didn't go to Starbucks today, so instead of $5 on Starbucks, I'm gonna spend it on digital wearables so I can look good, or I'm gonna give it to Doki and KJ.
Exactly. You're never too fat for a wearable. That is another bonus in the metaverse.
That there is something to be said about that. So yeah, I don't actually like Starbucks. I mean I like Starbucks, but I can't stand spending money on coffee.
I agree with that. I went to this coffee place one time, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna get this fancy tasting thing. It was like $9. I'm like, what horrible choices have I made? $9 on a freaking cup of milk and espresso. I was so upset because a cold brew coffees are usually what I usually get because it's usually one of the cheaper options. But I wasn't prepared for a freaking $50 drink.
Yeah, what I find better, just get the grounds and just take a teaspoon of the grounds and just eat them. Just
Right.
eat them.
Oh my god, I'm getting a flashback. I feel like we've talked about eating coffee straight before.
I think I have. I think that's when I started like straying from reality. But yeah, you know, like I think it was around the topic of like, you know, when you have a headache because you haven't had caffeine and you need caffeine fast and like just eat coffee grounds. But it's really no different than like, you know, like eating
Hot
chocolate
coffee is
covered
the best.
hot chocolate coffee.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
what is
Yeah. Half coffee, half chocolate, and it's definitely it definitely hits the spot.
You know, I actually made a drink like that when I was a teenager, and I named it after Canessa, who was actually my dog.
Nice.
But it was a mix between Canessa and espresso, so I called it Canespro. And I was like
Wow.
a teenager, so didn't really know how to drink coffee, and I was like trying to be cool, but like it tasted like coffee, and that wasn't cool. So I would put like coffee, and then cinnamon, I think, and then like sugar. But so yeah, but Canespro, I have to bring that back and take it
Yeah,
mainstream.
So yeah, hot coffee seems to work better than cold coffee. It's interesting. Also, putting it on the palate, the hot coffee on the palate, and it seems to. Does it go directly into the bloodstream that way? Is it able? Are there the blood vessels getting that close to the skin at that point? Is that what's going on?
I don't
So
know, but if you think about
kind
like if you ever
when
have
people snort cocaine, that's why they do it. It's because it's the gets into the blood that easily. So that and the carbonated drinks also, that seems to be able to get in through the palate that way. It's very interesting.
there's probably something to it because I don't know if you guys have had Glühwein, but it's like a German delicacy. It's like half red wine with half like usually cranberry and orange juice with mulling spices, but it's served hot. And I swear to you, like if you've never had hot wine, like go play with that because that shit will fuck you up so much faster than a regular wine. Is like just put your wine in the microwave. And
I know that cold brew is lower acidity
Wine.
than hot coffee, so it's better for your stomach. But I can't speak to the speed at which it activates the caffeine.
Yeah, wine tasters. That's what they do. They put it on their tongue and make it touch the top of their palate and everything. So it's probably has something there.
that's why you have like a cheese platter with it. Like I love the science behind it because the cheese has like a fatty coat that coats your tongue, and then the acidity of the wine when you have it and it strips that fatty layer off. It's like, I don't know, it like does wonders. So it's no accident that you get cheese platters with like a really beautiful dry bitter wine.
I thought it was just because they knew that I was a fatty who loved cheese. I always thought that was just the reason.
I am from Wisconsin, sir. We know our cheese. No, I'm kidding. We don't. We know cheddar, orange cheese, and we have cheddar cheese. We have orange cheese and white cheese. We don't know any other kind of cheese.
Honestly, though, I have because Vermont's, you know, we got Cabot. We're not Wisconsin level yet, but we're trying our hardest to catch up to you guys. But like Cabot, you can not metaverse related at all, but like cheddar is a diverse cheese. You can do a lot with some cheddar. Like it covers a lot. You can age that for different years. It can get sharper and sharper and sharper until that stuff is just a ninja katana ready to just slice and dice. I fully support cheddar cheese as all cheeses. You can do anything with it. It's amazing.
It's good for the body, good for the mind. So I had the honor of meeting Doki myself in World. Hi Doki, and had her come try to the idea that I have for being able to wear a wearable that you might want to try. Before that you might want to buy, basically. So try before you buy, and it didn't work. my sword wasn't showing up on the character. And it's just very odd because it's usually the other way around. Like in testings I've done, like for example in the VR, the sword would not show up on other people, but it would show up on this NPC. And here it's the other way around. And so this is like really a serious issue with DCL. I'm sure we were talking about this earlier. Is it so I've installed the Unity render project from GitHub to try to tackle it, and I got it to run into a Docker container, and it's just like one of those problems. I want to get it to work, and I just can't stop until it's actually working. So if anybody has some practice trying to get the course thing to work, because I think it's related to that. I think it's the course is blocking part of the Decentraland from actually saying other parts, like through the catalyst stuff. I can see that in log files and everything. So if someone like has some has experience tackling this, I can't stop. Please help me. I can't
wonder
stop
if
until
it's
this is
something they
solved.
broke with SDK7.
And so I've actually gotten pretty far. I installed like I said, the Docker container is running, so I can make changes. I can see the changes. I can see, I've touched the part of the code where it's actually doing the HTTP calls and all that. And so I'm actually seeing what's going on. I studied all the pre-flight stuff that's supposed to happen in the course and everything. So I think I'm actually gonna eventually get somewhere. But the renderer itself is in Unity, and that's attached to the browser, and that's using some kind of AV video plugin. That's proprietary. It's not like open source, all right? There's proprietary stuff and deep in the code. And that one is they on their forums they're talking about how they don't really support the course stuff because it's not so easy, and so there's no real way that I see yet. Like maybe there's the RPC, there's an RPC project, NPC, NPM, sorry, module. Then maybe there's stuff in there, so I've been poking around. So yeah, I'm deep in this rabbit hole and I just can't get out. And so someone can help me, and then I can get back into doing wearable stuff. Like Easter's coming up. We need wearables for Easter. I need to start doing those and all that. So yeah, that's how I'm doing. How are y'all doing?
Jared, you were trying to mention something in between there, correct?
I wonder if this is related to some of the things Mies mentioned, them breaking with SDK7, because like I know Hayabusa had in her world, I don't know if it's still set up or not, but she had to pick out put up the items, but she had a thing where you could wear wearables that you didn't own. So I know it's been that's been set up before. So I'm curious, and you would need to go to the Last Slice forum or something to find the real technically inclined people who could really help you with this, because I think
ultimately that part is easy. It's making sure that the when someone comes to try out your creation, your scene creation, your SDK stuff, make sure it actually works, and that's the unknown that is making people not really stay in Decentraland, like programmers not stay in Decentraland. It's just so hard to. There's just too much to test to make sure that you got everything working. But you can still do really nice stuff, like the Metadyne Ratscape scene world and everything is proof of that.
That is the Foundation's project, for what it's worth.
Nice.
They just cheated and changed their name, and they bought, because you can tell it's the Foundation because the account that has minted all of the Foundation wearables ever, that used to be called Test Account, it bought the name Metadyne and has switched over to that, which is a sweet idea.
Interesting.
I do feel like they weren't as upfront about it being their own pet project as they maybe could have been. They're like, let's make it look like someone cool's working in the space.
Well.
But but yeah,
I guess,
definitely
yeah. I
feel
mean,
like that's a nice
there does seem to be the technical knowledge to actually fix all the issues. It's just maybe not the possibility of focusing on everything at the same time, and so they don't necessarily want to show that they I don't know. Speculation.
And I think, I mean, it's important to look at, like, the foundation released 30% of its workforce last summer. Like, they're not working right now with the same capacity and the same amount of man hours as they were a year ago from right now. So whatever they want to do, they have 30% less people working on that, and I think it's a good sign to see that they're hiring, you know, for these new positions that they made a post. So if you know anybody in the dev field, I mean, you know, pass them on that way. I think that is this. I mean, obviously that's the solution, is like find a way to fix it, put more time and energy into it. I'm pretty sure that most of their energy is going into the new Explorer, that they want that to work, that has to work. I think that they know
Isn't it a third party working on that?
No,
no,
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but the foundation is releasing a new Explorer. There's also the DAO funded Godot stuff is being worked on, which
Right.
I guess you could refer to as a third party, though that's just, you know, it's more of just how people kind of, I think, you conceptualize the DAO and the foundation coexisting, because they are kind of just two separate entities, even though they share a name and origin story. They are very much different in their purposes and kind of who funds what. But speaking of which, the foundation is also hiring a social media manager, and since I don't think there's any world where they would ever hire me, Doc, you should totally apply to be the foundation social media manager. I'm trying to think of who else in this I can see in here that's like qualified. I don't know anyone else's social media habits, but I feel like, you know, Mies, maybe you could probably apply for that job. You know, it's fully remote. I don't know. I don't want to hypothesize about the other things about that fact I find interesting, but definitely some opportunities for people to get more gigs going on.
To learn to multitask and really step out of those core issues and do other things as well, like look into those opportunities. Where
yeah, everyone should go check out that tweet. There's a bunch of jobs
help.
listed.
Sorry, say again?
Too easy.
But yeah, like
this is about to be too.
Anyone wants to have the exact details, but there's definitely a number of positions available for people who are trying to who are interested in maybe working at the foundation, from technical to social.
Yeah, I'll try to find it real quick.
On Discord
page. I know I saw it this morning, so let's see. We're almost there.
The page is available on the Discord server. So they have usually posted there when they have new positions.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so it is posted at the top. Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes like putting yourself out there, applying for something, and well, not sometimes. Usually that's like, it's pretty hard, pretty intimidating. A lot of imposter syndrome starts kicking in, but I don't know. Like, I think I like watching people grow on this platform, just like personally, like watching people kind of, I don't know, grow into the person they're supposed to be. So put yourself out there, apply for it if you have the interest. The worst they can do is say, no, thank you, not at this time. And I don't know, you might learn something about yourself in the process. And yeah, I think on that note, I think we are ready to start wrapping it up. I think Sin and I, even though we give all our money to Doki, as we should, we have 12 cents that we can each go get a cup of noodle with and eat today. So maybe not, maybe a little bit more than that, but yeah.
Well, as a teacher, you get free lunch, right? Isn't that part of the gig? You get summers off.
God, no, no, teachers, no, you have to pay for it. And then my friend got written up because the lunch lady was giving him free food or something like that. And then they were like, you owe us for apples for your lunch for like 7 days. And I'm like, geez Louise, you know, and you wonder why people don't want to teach. It's so much fun. And
That
they're
stuff
gonna
drives
like,
me crazy.
oh yeah.
Jared, maybe back in our day, our teachers got fed.
Just feels like a basic decency to be like, hey, like, you don't have to eat the food. Like, obviously, you know, you probably want to bring your own salad and make your own. But hey, if you'd like to, because you know we don't pay you nearly enough to live.
Yeah, yeah. So also, like, when am I
No.
supposed to eat that? Because I don't get a lunch break. So when do I eat the food? Is it while the kids are beating me up, or like, should I wait for a break? And when I don't have to hold somebody back, I can like grab some food. Because no, I'm so grouchy because
Maybe in
actually.
between beatings.
What's that?
Maybe in between beatings, you could have a minute.
Yeah, they don't like me much because I was like, no, I was like, if you want me to continue, I'm gonna have a lunch. I'm gonna take a lunch. There's not gonna be students in my room, and they're like, well, the other teacher didn't mind, and I'm like, well, that you know, you can have her come back. I'll leave. Goodbye.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
that's an insane expectation of you.
Oh yeah, no, that's yeah, and they're like, well, the other teacher didn't mind if there were students in her room during prep, and I'm like, that's fine. You can totally find somebody else. But
is it,
I taught
the
for
other
a
teacher must have quit, right? She doesn't work there anymore.
well, she was at the time she was on maternity leave, so you know, it's when yeah, like that is a positive about working in special ed because nobody, you know, most people don't want to do the job or can't do the job, so you can pretty much, I mean. It's like I have to justify why I needed 40 minutes without kids in the room to write legal documentation that I could be sued over. So, you know,
it just
yeah,
no big deal. Just basic, just decency and work of it. Like yeah, that's insane. Like just what I mean, as a human being, like oh, like if you're like, can only extroverts have this job? Like, can no introvert who needs like a little recharge time ever be it? You know, work in that space. Who's like, I want to make a difference. I want to help the future. Well, like in the middle of the day, I do just need some time for me to focus on the next thing I'm doing for the rest of the day. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's
monster.
So if y'all have kids right now, go write your kid's teacher a thank you with some chocolate and a mug that says I make a difference because teachers love mugs. Just kidding. We have so many mugs. Proteus.
I guess it's your comment about the imposter syndrome that I'm wanting to elaborate on, but it's not. Let's see. Not sure exactly how long people are still wanting to wait and talk. I think we're kind of wrapping up things.
Yeah, I think like I gotta go get some food and then
Right,
got a couple other things. So yeah, I mean,
I guess
think
I'll try to
happily.
make it real quick.
Yeah.
Let's see. Some I guess people have a part of their psyche which is just not able to formulate thoughts into words. When one finds themselves in a place where they need to improvise and they are not really the part that's able to put the thoughts into words, they can seem to be a different person than at other times when they're more inspired, I guess. I don't know. And so this is one thing I've observed, I guess, in a lot of people that I've interacted with. I show a fair amount of potential in certain respects, and then suddenly in certain situations it's just not there. And I'm sure this is something that happens to a lot of people. I've read about those closet geniuses that just cannot explain easily how they come up with what they come up, and they get frustrated when they have to, and everything. And so it's just that's just my 2 cents about the whole imposter syndrome topic. I don't know if that's what you were thinking of when you mentioned it. But that just 90 cents that I want to say about it.
Yeah, I have had the honor of working with some of those closet geniuses where I literally test them and I'm like, wow, like you literally hit 130, like you qualify by Mensa to be a genius, and it all makes sense right now. Yeah, I just think sometimes it's hard for us, just people to put themselves out, to take a new position, to try something new, to like go back to college at 35 years of age, or like try to get a job in something that you've never done before, but you're passionate about. Like it's, I just think we have to put a piece of ourselves out there that's kind of raw, like open and vulnerable when when you want something and
Yeah,
you have
don't
to
be shy.
apply to get
Give
it.
it a
So
try.
yeah, I mean, maybe, and like I might just be speaking for myself. Like I get that a lot where, the person that hates me the most in this world is me. Like I'm guilty of more negative self-talk than anybody else has ever said about me. Like I'll be my first enemy just because that's who I am. That's how I was wired and grew up, and that's my trauma. That's my burden that I'm dealing with. And so I'm like, I have to shout louder than the voices in my head whisper, to be like, nope. Well, yeah. As one kid used to wear a T-shirt, "Not today, Satan." It's like, nope, not today. We're not going that route. We're gonna be positive. We're choosing positivity. So I think that's all. I think just like
It's like a martial art, really.
yeah. I mean, the brain is it's the most dangerous weapon we have, towards ourselves and towards others. And so we have to, I think, be very careful how we speak to ourselves, because really, like on the deeper neurological subconscious level, like the brain doesn't understand if your negative self-talk is like you just like, oh, Vanessa, you can't do it, you're a piece of shit. Like the brain doesn't understand like, oh, I'm just having a pouty day. The brain hears you're a piece of shit. Like and so don't talk bad about yourself, friends. And I'll be your cheerleader to try to keep us all. We gotta keep trying to do the best we can. One Exist, you've got your hand up, I see.
Yes, I have two things real quick. Wallet Guard now offers soft locking on your NFTs. If you haven't been to the website or looked at it lately, go. Make sure you have Wallet Guard. You should have it. And you can soft lock your NFTs. Right now, it's only on. It's only on Ethereum. They will be adding more blockchains, but when you soft lock it, it cannot leave your wallet no matter what you do. Even if Wallet Guard pops up and you approve it, it won't unlock it unless you. It won't let it leave your wallet unless you unlock it, and it's as simple as a button. You push the button to lock it, you push the button to unlock it. No gas fees, free, all part of Wallet Guard. It's amazing. And to Marion, who asked me about, do I have an NFT frame or display? No, I do not. I take the things that I want to display for art, I take them into Blender, make it 3D, and then I upload it into the world. And then that's how I've been how I was going to display mine for mental health wellness, which I did have up for a little bit. I did have some things in there, but that's how I've been doing it. Hopefully that helps. Thank you.
And One
Exactly.
Exists. One Exists, as we're winding down, do you have any final words, or are those your words for the week?
Those are my words. Keep yourself safe. Make sure you have Wallet Guard. Everybody knows Michael, I think. And he's very, very voiceful on this. Make sure you have Wallet Guard.
I do have one question about that. If you keep using MetaMask with Wallet Guard, does it also protect you?
Yes, and actually, Wallet Guard is a web browser extension, but it is also a snap with MetaMask. MetaMask is working with WalletGuard. Along with, you can even add Malwarebytes as a extension and revoke cache as well. And they all complement each other to try to keep you safe.
Snapping, got it.
Yes, my final words are get WalletGuard if you don't have it. Make sure your phone number is not attached to your Twitter account. Get that off immediately. And be safe out there. Be safe, be well, be you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's see, go around the room. And Jared, do you have any final thoughts for the day?
Buy the Doki Pass. You won't regret it. Try your hardest to find Dr. Ip in the search engine on the marketplace. And then when you can't find him, go to the Discord and complain and help. He'd appreciate that. Buy Nikki and KJ's collab little Mew Mew spaceship cat soldier super soldier armor thing. It's dope. Just support artists and buy things without an expectation of profiting off them. It's so freeing and enjoyable. Just eat the cookie. Don't try to sell it to the next person. You're gonna have a good time. That's all I
got. Just eat the cookie. Don't try to flip it.
Yeah, it's okay to enjoy something. It's okay to have a good time.
What if you like to eat all the cookies?
Moderation is important, Kanessa. I wouldn't, moderation is a good thing. I would always encourage that as well. Have a couple cookies. You don't eat all the cookies. Try all the flavors. But have half a cookie, share some of the rest with your friends.
I'll share with Fancy.
I do remember one time I may have told Kanessa to look into SHIB and start collecting some. And I have seen a SHIB pump. Well, now it's kind of coming back down as all the markets are, but I'm sure she's doing good on that aspect. I don't know if you'd look.
I like dogs, so I got some SHIB, I got some Doge. I didn't get Floki. I like dogs, and I like good Viking names. So Floki I should have got, but yeah, I saw that. Nice. That was nice, but we must see. We gotta see the big. We need the big. Everybody needs to come and buy the Bitcoins so we can make all the money and buy all the dogs.
I see Dogecoin is at 14 cents right now, and I'm just mad that I've never bought any when it was, pennies. I don't buy the shit coins because, and I'm doing it for you guys because anything I buy goes down. So you guys should just pray for me to sell the last of my mana for some other random thing, and then everyone will just go to the moon. But
just don't buy bag, okay? Don't buy bag.
It's like the moment Jared just sells his very last mana, you just see it start fucking pumping. We have $2, $3, $4. Jared buys in, and then there's a correction, and then he sells.
100%. This is my reality.
I liquidated all my mana at $1.27 in November 2021 because mana had never gotten that high before. So $1.
Oh my god! You and I live the same cursed life. That's what I'm learning.
There was one point where 24 hours later. I can't even say the words, but yeah. Oh, those are crazy times. They'll be back, so just learn who you are, because you will be put to the test. You will have to know yourself to the core when you have these bags and you're like, what do I do? Do I sell? Mana's never been this high before, and then mana goes to $15 because there's just insanity and dumb money and nobody knows what they're doing, and they're just
that's why this space is so mentally unhealthy, because you
that's
made
why.
a good
Good,
profit.
I thought it was
it's one of the many reasons though, because it's you're so few people are gonna get to be the person who it's just impossible to not have some kind of thing to be oh, I should have done that instead. Now, So like, you made profit, you should be happy with profit. Like, you can't regret not making more profit, because you're just going to be able to beat yourself up. There will always be a thing to be mad about if you really try hard enough to look for a reason to be mad about it. So don't do that to yourself.
Yep. Know thyself. Know what you're trying to do here. Hopefully.
What I'm trying to do is shill jokey season passes. Buy those passes.
Is there any affiliate codes we should be typing in?
No, but
Code Jared.
last night, because I DM'd a bunch of people last night, and I saw that like Stream Crypto had bought one of the year passes, and I immediately thought, I was like, oh man, I should totally in the future convince Toki to get me some kind of affiliate deal here. Because I mean, admittedly, I don't think anyone who bought it wouldn't have. They were gonna buy it anyway. I just like, I'm just like, let me just make sure everyone knows. Let's get those day one sales as high as possible. Like, no one bought it because of me. They just bought it maybe slightly sooner. So ultimately, I don't think I deserve anything. But a little piece of, being human is, I think, in some level, being greedy. So a little part of me was like, But no.
Let's see. I'm going to pass it over to Make for his final thoughts, if you're still there, Make. I know Make is in Last Slice right now, learning to use the in-world builder, so we'll let him focus in there. Vanessa, over to you.
Yeah, I think if you're in San Francisco this week, come by. I've uploaded my avatar into human flesh form, and I'll be my flesh avatar will be there. So come on by. I think I know a few people that will. So if not, I guess be safe this week. Take care of each other. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you next week.
Is there going to be like any in-world application to the conference?
That's probably worth noting. Yes, there will be, and I put air quotes, in theory, if I think connectivity at the conference might be the, I don't know, you guys know how it is when you use like a hotspot at a public place, something is bound to happen, right? But yes, our intent is that we will try to make this as interactive as possible, and I think we kind of have to figure out the nuts and bolts of it before we say too much else. But yes, in theory, hopefully, we will have a laptop there where users can come in, walk around Decentraland. So yeah, we'll probably put the all call out sometime soon after we make sure that it works. And if anybody wants to come by, talk to the avatar, and then that will actually be real people at the conference that I'll be helping them navigate Decentraland and kind of let them explore. Like, if they're a gamer, probably show them the games. If they're just kind of like curious and a user, take them to some of the hot spots. But it's a nice way for us to be able to talk with them, pick their brain. Like I said, I mean, you look at the video game industry, Epic Games let go 30% of their workforce. Like, there are going to be a lot of game developers at this conference, and probably a lot of people that maybe have heard about Web3. There's going to be other Web3 NFT style like metaverse brands and projects there. So can't really say who's going to be come through. It's got the potential for having a really wide range of people. So yes, stay tuned. I would love for us to be the the non-awkward welcome wagon. Like, I just think of like the church ladies with the casseroles that they see a new family move into the parish and they're like, try to be normal. I feel like that's us. Like, we have to try to be normal, you guys, but let's go send them all free wearables and get their wallet address and tell them all the stuff all at once. Just overload them. Just kidding. We don't want to do that.
Oh, but I so want you to bring casseroles to welcome people to the Decentraland with now. That'd be just so hilarious.
My gosh. I could make that an emote 2.0. It could be a casserole with oven mitts. because that's like, I don't know, that's such a Midwest thing. Like you
Oh
don't,
hell,
you're pretty much
support
offending them
this.
if you don't bring somebody immediately like a hot dish or a casserole or bar cookies. Yeah, you know, like, or if you go to somebody's house and cold call them, because that's the only true way to make a friend is to just show up on their doorstep. And then if they don't invite you in for 2 hours and make you coffee and cake that they already made ahead of time because they knew somebody was going to come there, that's total northern Wisconsin, Minnesota.
I'm never moving to the Midwest or Wisconsin.
Oh
This
my
sounds like my
gosh.
absolute nightmare.
It's aggressive. It's aggressive friendliness. Like you will fucking become my good friend. Like if I have the last word, but yeah. They also can't say goodbye very quick.
They got to check you out. They got to see what you're
Oh
about.
yeah, you betcha. I'm basically like that Fargo movie. That's yeah. Anyway, other than like the killing part that came out wrong.
Thank you. And yeah, I guess my final thoughts. Thank you, everyone that has been here for the last 4 hours and 6 minutes. We have been just, keeping it going, keeping the conversations rolling, exploring different ideas, and hopefully Make will have his Decentraland home and his world here soon.
I'm still here with you. I'm just hanging out in the back channels, trying to figure it all out, but we're doing it together. I just want to say thank you, Sinful and Kinessa, for continuing to push forward, opening people's minds to what's possible, what's not, and showing up and taking bullets for all of us. I'm in it to win it with you. So let's go. Let's cross the finish line.
Indeed. And yeah, thank you everyone that popped in here today. And to everyone that is at the backdrop build right now on Decentraland, thank you for your time, your your awesome presence. It always feels good to see all the different wearables. Man, Decentraland has changed so much since like even like early beyond the NFT days, like with like wearables and stuff like that. We look so much better. And like emotes, remember we used to just stand around instead of like dance or sit or
Oh my
whatever.
gosh, emote tick. Yeah. And I think if you just had a color palette, like the world used to be so much more drab. Now we have so much more color. Like if you could have AI like go through and analyze pictures of Decentraland, I bet it would be like, okay, color diversity of our wearables has increased by like 67%.
Now you need relief. How do you say that in English? How to pronounce it? The bump mapping. It's really something I think that could add yet another dimension that's not being tapped into enough.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Maybe one day. But yeah, thank you everyone for your time. I'm over here fangirling and stuff because Doki is in the space. Doki doesn't join us very often, but she joined us today, so I'm like a clapping cat gif over here. Thank you, Hedge, for being here. Make sure to check out Hedge. He plays a DJ set like I think every Friday or so, and he did perform at one of the Make a Music festivals recently. So gotta show love to our homie. And yeah, take care, everyone. See you all next week. And yeah, keep an eye out for that conference that Canessa will be at. I think it'll be very interesting. And yeah, any way I can help, definitely hit me up.
Okay, you guys
yeah,
heard
good.
it. You're on 5 days a week, 9 to 5, 5 to 9.
9 to 5, answering questions. I mean, if the internet work, I can be there.
I think that's the only thing is like, is the hot spot able to keep up? Like that'll be the thing. The poor little hot spot is gonna be fried.
Yep, and I'm pretty excited to like even like if the fans. if some of the California friends drop by and kind of like come through and chill.
I know at least one is coming in a convertible, I think. So hopefully, hopefully there'll be more. I know San Fran, it's like halfway up the state, so it's a little further away, than.
I know Rustan is cool enough to come in a convertible, but he's also cool enough to come in a motorcycle. So, damn.
Dude, he is cool enough to come in like a Mad Max tank with goggles on.
He really is. Alrighty, well, have a great week, everyone. Take care.